Since the 1900s, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been one of the most prestigious racetracks in all of the globe. A track where multiple drivers have won, multiple drivers have made names for themselves, and many drivers today get ready to go for the Major Series European Regions Indianapolis 500-mile race. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside the booth today is Nolan Rampo, and Samil Aurora will join us here as we get all set to go for the 8th running of the Major Series Indy 500 in support of Sarge's Place and sponsored by Major's Garage today. Hugo Weiss is in the director's seat for what should be another great edition of this 500-mile race. 200 laps at this 2.5-mile circuit. But first things first, it is the Fast 9 qualifying session to set the top 9 positions on the grid today for today's 200-lap edition of this race. Nolan, a very historic race. The best of the best drivers in series history have won here. And now the best of the best drivers in qualifying are getting set to put up their best times to start at the front of the field today.
Absolutely, a lot of drivers getting ready to put those times up, and of course the Fast 9 decided by an average overall speed, not necessarily by a lap time. But I'll tell you what, Justin, this is one race that I've been looking forward to from the start of this season. It is one of the Triple Crown events, the Indy 500, right up there with the likes of the Monaco Grand Prix and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 9 drivers getting set to go, 4 laps apiece will decide your starting grid for the first few rows here today.
Now, before we get underway for today's edition of Fast 9 qualifying, I'd like to remind you that this event is sponsored by Major's Garage, the brand new toolkit for the Major Series that allows drivers to have a baseline setup. That comes from drivers such as Brian Bennett, Cam Dent, Christian Chowder, Dallas Pateska, Eric Smith, Joshua Wolf, Liam Quinn, Travis Warding, and Wayne Hutchinson, who will all help out with those setups. You can get those through the Major Series for free for your respective campaigns. Now, for the European region standings, entering today's Fast 9 qualifying, Ross Banfield is at the top of the point standings. Kirk Crum, Eric Mickey, Joshua Wolf, and Silva Verde round out the top 5. Very tight, though, for the top 3 positions here in the point standings. It has been a nail-biter so far, but we're about to have a nail-biting session. 9 drivers are set to go for Fast 9 qualifying. They'll be started off by Dawson Brock. And Dawson Brock had a very competitive time here just a couple seasons ago for the Majors Indy 500, looking to set his fastest time today. He is one of the 4 drivers who did not make it to the 2019 edition of the Fast 9 qualifying. Samil.
Yeah, Dawson, as you correctly mentioned, wasn't exactly here last year, but guys, this is the time where he can really go for it and redeem himself. Remember, the rules of the Fast 9 is you have to clock in 4 consecutive laps, and your average lap time will be taken, so you need to be on the speed and you need to be in a flow as well. And remember, the Indianapolis Motor Circuit, driving here on the limit in a fast line session is pretty much as good as walking on a tightrope with a pool of hungry piranhas right beneath you. You make one mistake and you're gone. So this Fast 9 session is going to be very tricky, and for Dawson Brock, it all matters a lot.
His first lap time around at 2:31.935 specifically in terms of that speed. He'll be joined in the session by Marcus Niskanen, Eric Mickey, Oliver Silva, Louis Patekwas, along with Christopher Reagan, along with Henry Bennett, Brian Barney, and Silva Verde. Keep in mind, Brock, his best finish here was P9 in 2018 for the Major Series Indy 500. A loyal Wisconsin native will look to try and bump up his time a little bit more. 38.804 last time, 38.692 this time. Keep an eye on the right side of your screen as the average speed continues to be calculated on his second lap at the moment. 2:32.606 Nolan for his second time around.
Indeed, a 2:32.6, so his times are continuing to go on up, and this is exactly what he wants to see. Looking back at the international split, you'll see that the average lap time for the pole position was a 2:31.780. So the fact that he's hitting 2:32s by just his second lap around, that is exactly what he wants to see to try to get that pole position that is so famed for here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway here today.
Third time around, nearly identical lap time, as you see in the bottom left corner. And one of the main things to think about too here, Samil, is the weather conditions vastly determine how you build your car for qualifying, as it's open setup for the Major Series European split in the Indy 500. Today's conditions, partly cloudy skies with a lot of clouds overhead at the moment, 91 degrees Fahrenheit track temp, 65 air temp. And don't forget, they also have to factor in the windscreen.
Yeah, exactly. So these new Indy cars now have this aero screen sort of thing that you have on the top of the car. So that really changes the dynamics of the aerodynamics in a way. So the drivers need to consider all of that, and they have to set up their car very smartly, because of course, if you get one or two variables wrong, you can expect your car to be rather slow. And if you look at the 4 lap times that Dawson Brock has clocked in, a 2:32.521 on an average, that is properly fast. So Dawson Brock over there setting in some good lap times. Is now Marcus Niskanen on his run to try and see if he can get pole position over here.
That's already bested the international split's pole position for comparison's sake, as Niskanen now takes to the track. One top 5 in 2020 competition, the Major Series European split. He finished in P18 in 2019. His best finish was in 2018 in this event in P number 7. Teams have shown a fair amount of speed throughout the entire week, though, Nolan.
Indeed, teams showing a fair amount of speed for quite a few drivers, and this is, of course, something that we can expect to see as we continue to round down through Fast 9. And one thing to mention as well is not just, the aero screen and the weather conditions, but also the track conditions. Every car that goes through is going to be having that much more rubber factored in. Already, Marcus Niskanen has set a 2:31.965, which is overall faster than Dawson Brock's opening lap. The question is, can he round that off with 3 extra laps? Because remember, Brock's laps 2, 3, and 4 were both in the high 232 mile an hour range. He's going to really need to crack through to that opening. He's got to open up that throttle and get the times down if he's going to try to go for that pole position here today. His second lap is in now, so he's halfway through his qualifying run. As of right now, a 2:32.582. Right now, he's 0.3 of a mile an hour off of Dawson Brock's average.
Keep in mind that the track temperature is rising dramatically as this run has progressed now for Niskanen. 3 degrees since the drop of the green flag for his qualifying laps. And some of the factors for some of these drivers in their setups for qualifying, the downforce, their gearing, their tire pressures, all depend on those temps, the speeds taken by the cars, the wind direction, etc. Last year, wind was gusting strong on the straights. This year, wind is light. Actually, as times go down a bit because of the higher track temperature, Samil, by about 1/10 of a second.
And that could be a major factor coming into this Fast 9 session, because of course when you compare the kind of differences between Niskanen and Brock, I mean, it's not even half a mile an hour, so things like that really do matter when deciding who really comes up and takes pole position. All these things have to be factored in, considered, and then you make a correct setup, because if you get it wrong, of course you can lose out on pole position by, well, margins that you can't even define pretty much. It is just so close here at the Indy 500.
Niskanen completes his final lap of 38.686, turns up the wick a bit. See where the average speed calculates to. A 2:32.428, not good enough for the pole, about 1/10 or so off of Dawson Brock. Now right up the next driver, his teammate Eric Mickey, who's had 2 straight P4 finishes in the Major Series Indy 500. The Foxhound looks to hunt for the pole today.
And not just the pole, Justin, but you got to remember, he's trying to go for the final. He's trying to get some more spots here in the championship. He's right now sitting 3rd place in the championship standings as Eric Mickey. Just 3 points behind Kirk Crum in 2nd. Kirk Crum, 2 points behind Ross Banfield up in 1st place. So only 5 points separate your top 3. So Eric Mickey is looking for a very crucial run today. And if you remember, he's been a podium, he's got 4th place here for, I believe you said, the past 2 years consecutively in this race. So Eric Mickey right now from Banfield, he is a serious threat going into today's race.
Remember, too, he won the second race of the Race of the Netherlands earlier this year. 2:31.839 in his first lap. That's about a tenth of a second off of lap 1. Remember, though, he's now dealing with very hot track conditions compared to the first driver in Dawson Brock. 97 degrees is the track temp, and the wind is actually picking up across the racetrack. Coming across the stripe this time for lap number 2. Keep it on the left corner of your screen for the lap time pace. Remember, 2:32.8s have been around the 6s. It's a 7 for Mickey.
That is a good lap. That is a properly good lap from Eric Mickey, and you'll see that reflect on the average timing as well. 2:32.552. That's quite a respectable lap over there by Eric. And as you correctly mentioned, Justin, the change of the track temperature and of course the wind as well, that'll certainly make a huge impact on their qualifying lap times. Because of course, when you say a huge impact, you kind of expect, say, half a second or a mile an hour or something like that. But here in the Indy 500, the margins are just so close. You can expect that to be, what, around a tenth of a mile or something like that. So those differences will be seen as Mickey comes in to clock yet another lap time at 38.659.
So as one more lap around. That was one of the quickest times overall in this session, just sent him in his third time around the circuit. Calculated time speed 2:32.702. Second quickest by any driver in terms of miles per hour so far in the session. Keep an eye on the stopwatch in the right corner of your screen. Mickey trying to get to a 2:32.521 on average. Currently calculated average 2:32.364. Across the stripe in the 38.7s, a bit slower on his fourth lap. Not going to be enough potentially for the pole. We'll see indeed. Yes, keeps him P3.
One thing I'm beginning to notice here, Justin, is as this track rubbers in, but as it heats up as well, is the fact that the times are steadily dropping averagely across the board. You got Dawson Brock, who was the first run. He set a 5:21 in that 2:32 mile an hour range. Marcus Niskanen was the second driver out. He set a 4:28. Eric Mickey, the third driver out. He set a 3:99. Now Oliver Silva is out on the track, and if the trend continues, we might even see him at the low 2:32.3s, if not maybe a 2:32.2, which is definitely not what you would want to see. Unlike in time where you want it to be as low as possible, with the speed here in Fast 9, you want it to be as high as it can possibly be.
Indeed, and this is going to be challenges for some of these drivers, absolutely. 38.863 in the first way around for Oliver Silva. Now, keep in mind, he's ran as an independent in previous events in 2 starts before today in the Major Series. However, on the IndyCar side, he's a part of 3 Crowns Racing, which is named after the Swedish coat of arms, which involves 3 crowns. He, Hugo Olsen, and Jesper Orman all work together on IndyCar open race sets to try and tackle against some of the top drivers. Had a good run in the third split for the Indianapolis 500 yesterday in official competition in iRacing. Team started back in November for the Open Wheels 500 as well. So they're all looking to put in some heavy work today, but you can already see on some of these times some fairly decent heavy drop-off already in terms of the average miles an hour, Sunil.
Indeed, the track is heating up, the wind has kicked in, and the drivers now are struggling to clock in a lap time that can in fact match that of Dawson Brock. Look at the average speeds of Oliver Silva. It's 2:31.583, and then in the second one it's a 2:32.378. Compare that to what Dawson Brock did, a 2:32.606, and that's a major drop off. So for Oliver Silva, it's getting increasingly challenging to get pole position and perhaps even to break into the top 3 at this stage.
Now it's going to be really intriguing how the second half of this grouping 2 adapts to this here, Nolan, because right now they have to be taking notes and trying to furiously make some quick final adjustments, because if they don't, they're likely starting towards the back half of the top 9.
Exactly, and this is the thing, is the fact that these drivers are allowed to make those last-minute adjustment changes, which is why it's good for, those guys to even go in further in the back, because it means that they have time to, figure out what the track is doing based on this chart, and then, put themselves further up with that setup adjustment. It was a 2:31.999, but it's only going to be good enough for a 2:32.123 overall for Oliver Silva. He'll be starting this race in 4th place for now. Louis Puteklis just coming around to start his first flying lap now. Puteklis is another one of those drivers who we've seen be very, very promising in the past. hasn't quite been able to pull out what he needs to maybe come away with a race win in quite a dominant fashion. We'll have to see what you'll be able to make here in this Fast 9 qualifying session, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that downhill trend continuing here.
Now, Putekilis finished P6 in last year's edition of the Major Series Indy 500. Also has a best finish of 9th in the Race of the Netherlands in the second event. For him, he is one of the 5 returnees to the Fast 9 from 2019 as well. Keep an eye on the stopwatch once again. 38.898 on the first time around, and this track temp is definitely very much affecting how these competitors and their speeds are coming around this circuit at this point, the way we're seeing this, especially now with the Latvian-born driver.
Yeah, exactly. And Putekilis is one of those really aggressive drivers who likes to pretty much do what he thinks of. So he's been really aggressive. He really makes the moves that nobody others dares to do. But over here, that's not really what matters. It's what you can clock in. And look at the drop off over there. So that's a 231.374 that he clocked in the last time out. And that may not necessarily reflect his own driving. It's just the conditions that have got him to do a lap like that. And if you compare that with the last lap of Oliver Silva, I mean, he was doing consistently around the 232s, but then he came in and did a 231.989 in his final lap. That's a big drop off that we're seeing over here, and it's just getting really tougher for Putekilis, who has now clocked in a 232.240, which is the worst of the second runs of any driver in this Fast 9 session.
On the bright side, if you're the next few cars, take a look at the shade. The clouds are starting to come back over the racetrack, but the track temp may have already gone up to the point, or maybe a factor absolutely still, for the final 4 drivers in the session. Final lap this time for Putekilis, 38.730 timing-wise. On the third lap, that's a 232.738 miles an hour. Keep in mind as well, you mentioned some of the personalities, Samil. Nolan, keep this in mind as well. He performs death metal music as a vocalist for Aeropostate as well.
Well, there you go. So it seems like Putekilis might definitely having some mixed variety of skills here, it would seem. He's just now crossing over to that final lap. It was a 231.997 for the last time he had all this last talent together. What is it going to be, though, with this final lap here? Rounding through turn 1 after the checkered flag, it's a 232.372, so a 232.090. So he just barely managed to squeeze his way in to the 232 mile an hour bracket. Christopher Reagan, the next driver out on track now driver number 6 here for the Fast 9.
And his team in the past has gotten a pole, mind you, Elite West Racing Blue. That was with Richie Hurd back a couple seasons ago. For Reagan, though, this season has no top 5s in 3 starts this season, but competes in the Lionheart Retro Series. He's currently a top 10 driver in that championship with 2 top 5s and 3 top 10s. So there is the open wheel experience there where he is known to be able to cut his way through the field, Samil. We'll see how he is here today with a chance to start at the front of the field.
Yeah, you really have to use some of that cutting through the field skills because, of course, looking at the drop-off, pole position doesn't really seem like a realistic option for any of these drivers coming up now. So for Reagan, even if he, say, hypothetically starts in P6, he will have a few positions to make up to, of course. But again, P6, if you compare that, it's not too bad. It's a huge grid. So even being in the Fast 9, I think it's a big privilege for all these drivers because, of course, you get a good track position for later on. And although it may not be the same as the pole position or perhaps even as the front row, P6 wouldn't be too bad for anyone.
Track's temperature is swinging downward once again now for Reagan's qualifying attempt. 38.773 last time by, though. That's the quickest of his time so far, 232.120 in terms of miles an hour. So the clouds are starting to creep the temperatures back on downward here, Nolan, for the last few drivers here, but would be interesting how this may factor Christopher's qualifying attempt here.
Absolutely it will, and I mean, the track temperature right now is sitting at 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It was almost 101 degrees when Reagan started his qualifying run. So already it's dropped down about 6 degrees in just the past couple laps alone. So this is huge here for Christopher Reagan if he can use this to his advantage to maybe claw his way up by those extra few miles an hour, carry some more momentum through the corners, it'll definitely help him out here. It was a 2:32.552, which was faster than Uldis Puteklis' third lap, but unfortunately, it was not fast, or his second lap wasn't faster than Puteklis' second lap. So this is going to be crucial here. Round to the final few bends, they are on that final lap. Right now, though, he would be starting in 6th place.
We'll see what the time is and the speed when he comes across the stripe. Currently his average of 2:32.048, a 38.711. His final time way around, that makes it a 2:32.161. Put him up to P4 up on the board, as that brings up Henry Bennett, one of the favorites for today's race. Reason being, for those who watched on iRacing's official social media channels and the race spot broadcasted Indianapolis 500 yesterday, he finished P7 in that race. He also finished earlier that morning P3. He has ran in every single split of the Indianapolis 500. That is 600 combined laps alone in official Indianapolis 500 open races, Nolan.
It certainly is, and you know, Henry Bennett is one of those drivers who just knows his way how to work in an IndyCar. And honestly, I've said this time and time again, but I don't think I've ever covered a single race in IndyCar where Henry Bennett was not a part of it. He's run every kind of breed of IndyCar ever since this created. He really is the driver to beat when it comes to these. Already, in terms of lap times, he's set the 3rd best lap time out of anybody today.
Wow.
So this is going to be really crucial for Henry Bennett, who already, he's at the top of the board. He's wanting to go for that pole position.
That was the fastest for anybody on a first lap by far, by nearly 0.7 of a mile an hour. Bennett blistering quick, finished last year 2nd in the Majors Indy 500, won top 5 as well this season in Major Series competition. Second way around, the first lap was a 38.679, a 38.5, the fastest overall time by anyone.
Wow. Wow, if you want to look at what a top dog looks like, just take a look at Henry Bennett driving here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What a performance it has turned out to be. 2:33s for Henry. He is the first driver in this Fast 9 session to break that lap barrier. And my goodness, he's making such a good use of the conditions. Bennett for pole position? Well, that is quite a realistic possibility, and he definitely seems to be the man to beat here in this Fast 9 session. Well, Verde and Barney, well, you've got a tough competition right here.
Absolutely. Third way around, also in the 5s. Another 2:33 it appears in the miles an hour timing. What a qualifying lap so far for the 007 machine. One more lap to set, but this might be tough to beat.
What did I tell you? I mean, he's a guy that just knows how to drive these cars. He knows how to get the maximum out of every single performance. He's the only driver to have an overall average in the 230 mile an hour bracket, and he set 2 laps back to back that were both in the 233s. A 4:15 for his second lap, a 3:06 for his third lap. Will it be another 2:33 though for his 4th lap? This might be the performance that will be impossible to beat, as the track temperature has climbed back to 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Bennett, my friend, has just locked out pole position as he spins the car after the checker flag and bings it into the inside barrier.
Well, what a lap time. What a session for him. A 2:33.147 for Bennett. That brings up one of the air favorites, Brian Barney from V Apex Racing Group Blue. He has one entry this season prior to this in 2020. That was P23 in the Rockingham 400. Last year, he finished in P3 in the Indy 500. The Illinois native has been with his organization since 2016. He's got a lot of tough competition to beat, though, with Bennett putting in 3 straight 2:33 mile an hour lap times.
Well, after setting those lap times, Henry Bennett simply said, guys, go beat that. And I'm pretty sure that nobody can actually come anywhere close to that, because look at the gap. So Dawson Brock set in a 2:32.521, and Henry Bennett an average of 2:33.147, and Brian Barney, in fact, if you look at his lap time, it's a 2:31.726. So already you can see the temperature swinging up once again and the lap times becoming even slower once again. So Henry Bennett, how did he pull that off from the back? That was just insane. Superb lapping there by Henry Bennett, and he sits comfortably at the top as Brian Barney goes for a second lap time here.
Well, you got to remember, Bennett, one of the best drivers in open wheel racing in the entire service. You can also put Verde in that category. This time by, though, Barney set a 38.701, one of the quicker times in the session overall. Currently, the average is tracking for P6. We'll have to see how Barney does here in these next few laps here, as he needs to find a way to somehow pick up about an average of 1 mile an hour quicker.
He needs to pick that average up by just a little bit more. Right now, he is sitting himself in 6th position on the racetrack with a 2:32.138 at the end of his second lap. Coming to the close, though, of his third lap here and going on to take that white flag, he is beginning to reel that time down. It's a 38.657 last time for his time on the track. What was the time, though, in the laps? Was it the 2:32.817?
Whoa.
He's continuing to reel down that position. He's put himself now into the top 5.
Chance he might start towards the top couple rows for this year's edition of the Indianapolis 500. See how he does in these final few corners. Currently has the 3rd fastest overall hot lap in timing. Number 16 making its way down the front straightaway. The V-Apex driver of Brian Barney. Final way around, a 38.675. That should seal him at the very least P5 in average speed. Make it P3. 2:32.450.
That's a good lap there. Brian Barney, after a rather disappointing first lap, he's just picked up the speed and now he's all the way up in P3. So that's a fantastic recovery over there. And P3, well, it's quite a good place to start, as now we have Verde setting in his laps. He's the final driver, of course, in this Fast 9 session, and the pressure is well and truly on him.
Absolutely. It's been a stellar week for him, though, in Open Indianapolis 500 racing on the service. Yesterday, finished 3rd position in the broadcasted race. His best finish in this event for the Major Series, P26 in 2019. However, he's also coming off momentum for Kinetic Europe in this series as well. Finished 2nd in the World 600, came in P3 in both races in the Race of the Netherlands. 38.777 first time around, a 2:32 flat the average. He's been fairly quick throughout this entire week, Nolan, but the pressure's going to be on to try and get into the range that Bennett put up in the 2:33s. No one else has touched it so far in all Major Series competition.
Well, Verde did get himself into the 2:32 bracket, so he's the only driver, apart from Bennett, to do that on his opening lap. The question is, can he capitalize that? He's got to push into the 2:33s and even the high 2:33s in the laps going forward, because he was half a mile an hour off pace from Henry Bennett at the end of his first lap. He's just closed out his second lap. What will this be for him? It's a 38.623. That puts him in 2nd place. It's a 2:33.022 for Verde. So already he's bumped himself up into 2nd place. Thing is, though, he's still almost half a mile an hour off pace, though, from Henry Bennett. I have a feeling that 007 is going to be starting on pole position today.
You say that, but there's still 2 more laps to go here. We'll see how Verde goes these final couple of laps. Going about 231 miles an hour on the exit at turn number 4. See what the speed is for the average pace on the lap. Already hitting the top end of the 6th gear, 239 on corner entry into turn 1. The lap time is a 38.603. The speed at 233.143. That is average now in the 232.7s. This could be close on the final lap.
This really could be, and if there's one man who knows how to drive a car on a speedway, it is Verde. We saw that in the World 600 last time out, and this time over here, he's just clocking in a fantastic lap time. Here he comes, off turn 4. This is the moment of truth. Is it pole position for Verde? We'll soon get to know. 35s, 36. This should be a good lap time by Verde. It's a 38.624, and is that enough?
Keep an eye on the right-hand side of your screen on the average miles an hour, 232.919. The answer is no, but it does give him the outside of the front row. Henry Bennett is the pole sitter for the 8th edition of the Indianapolis 500 after an exciting Fast 9 session. Your thoughts, Nolan?
I'll tell you what, that was definitely close, and I think a lot of drivers were holding their breath there in that final section. My goodness. What a run, though, from Verde. He almost got that pull, but he was just off by so close, yet so far away at the same time. Didn't manage to get pole position, but what an effort nonetheless.
And you have to think as well, Samil, that the track temperature was a factor as well. It was discussed as well a couple times during some people's runs. Went up to 105 at the final lap for Verde.
Yeah, things were really getting tricky for Valverde over there, but somehow just managed to claw it back in and put in such a good lap time that he was now in P2. Oliver Silva and Uldis Pedeklis will just be thinking, what have I done wrong? What have we done wrong? I mean, we clocked in some good lap times, but the temperature just wasn't on their side. So things not really working out for them. But well, it's 007 on pole position and the MI6 is celebrating.
We'll take a step aside. When we come back, we'll recap the top 9 as well as the rest of your starting grid. You're watching RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network for the 2020 edition of the Major Series European Pro 1 Split Indianapolis 500-mile race.
We are back at North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, where the field is rolling out for the start of today's 400-lap race on this .625-mile racetrack. And just as the field comes all around turn number 4, the sunshine peeks through, helping warm things here. Bill Elliott leads him down. Benny Parsons on the outside. The green flag flies, and the first Union 400 Winston Cup race from North Wilkesboro is underway. Everybody nicely through turns number 1 and 2 as Bill Elliott has the lead and Dale Earnhardt has jumped into second position, followed by Benny Parsons and Bobby Allison. Oh, here we go. It's just about to go away. They bump coming out of turn 4. Earnhardt gets the lead. We had just heard from our spotters that Neil Barney. Dale Earnhardt is on his last lap. This will be his 24th career win. Dale Earnhardt wins the first Union 400 in North Wilkesboro.
Welcome everyone back to RaceSpot TV's coverage of the Major Series European Split Pro 1 Indianapolis 500-mile race live from the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It has been an interesting day so far. The Fast 9 qualifying sessions just wrapped up. To recap your top 9 starters, Henry Bennett set the fastest time in Fast 9 qualifying with a 2:33.147. Verde with a 2:32.794 will start in second. Dawson Brock, Brian Barney, Marcus Niskanen, and Eric Mickey, Christopher Reagan with Oliver Silva and Uldis Pedeklis rounding up the 9 drivers who set up times throughout the session today. An entertaining qualifying session. It had a lot of twists and turns, especially with the track temperature swings that had a major factor on some of the drivers in qualifying.
It certainly did have a major effect, a lot of those temperature swings. And I'll tell you what, Henry Bennett definitely pulled out everything to the max that he needed right there. Coming away with a 2:32.684 on just the first lap alone, and 2:33s followed up for every single lap. That is what handed the pole position. He's the only driver so far in the Major Series this year to handle a 2:33 for the pole position mile-an-hour average time at the end of the Fast 9 qualifying.
We have one of the drivers who just took part in the Fast 9 qualifying standing by here. It is Dawson Brock coming away with a top 3 qualifying position in the Fast 9 in 2020. Dawson, thank you for joining us here in the broadcast booth. How do you feel after qualifying in the front part of the field today? Dawson Brock, do you have a copy, sir? Tries one more time.
There we go.
There we go. Now we have Dawson.
Pretty good. We kind of lucked out. I hit that final spot and was able to just make it into the Fast 9. Got the coldest track and ended up working out really well for us. I mean, I feel like there were definitely faster cars that weren't able to put down as good of a time as I was due to that track temp. But man, when it came to Bennett and they had the really fast car, you could tell. But we're sitting really good. I like where we're at. Kind of lucked out, and now on to the race.
Now for this year's race, there's a couple different new dynamics, of course, with the aero screen, the changes to the draft model, as well the different changes aerodynamically to the cars as well. What have been some of the adaptations you've had to make from 2019's edition of the Major Series 500 to this year?
Well, the screen definitely takes a little bit of getting used to. You guys had some great shots. You saw that on board of, you have that bar right in front of you, and you get used to it eventually. It doesn't really bother you that much, but definitely the draft model, it's timing out those runs. That's kind of been difficult. It's been adjusting to that. So making sure you time out those runs, and even in the corners, just timing it out, making sure you plan your passes out. I think that's going to be something to really watch out for today.
Now, I was talking with one of your teammates and one of the veterans for the Indy 500 who's been in most of the starts, Travis Henderson, said there was the chance to see a lot of good performance for your team's cars. How confident do you feel about your cars for the race trim today?
I feel really good. I think that you're going to see our team's cars be really good behind people. That's kind of, we chose, you can either be really good in the draft or you can stick behind people in the corners. And I think our strategy is we're going to be good in the corners. We should be better on tires as a result. And so I think watch for that, definitely.
Overall, what are your total expectations and what is your goal target position, should rather say, for today's action here today with the third starting position?
I would love to see a top 5. I think that would really help us in the team standings. We're really, right now in the team standings, we're looking at Bombshell. They're being just above us. We need a good performance today to really cut back into their lead. That's really where we're aiming. So a top 5 from a couple guys would be really great to see.
Indeed, here today. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go? And anyone you want to thank for being a part of your top 3 qualifying run?
Definitely. First shout out goes to Cordell Colon. He put up that setup. He made that thing fast. Hats off to him. He's an amazing guy. You'll see him in the race today. Maybe not the best. You're not going to see him high up in the order, but he's a consistent guy and he's amazing with our setups. All the thanks goes off to him. Otherwise, the rest of my teammates, Josh, Travis, Trevor, all the guys making this happen, and Torque Freak Racing for taking us under their wing and helping us out.
Thank you very much for the time, Dawson. Good luck today.
Thanks, guys.
That's Dawson Brock. Qualified third today, was the opening car in the session. The track temperatures were the coolest today. Now, want to ask you this, Sunmill, of course. We've seen some of that major factors today. It was also hit upon, though, the team championship standings. 9 of the 10 teams in the top 10 have made their way into the starting grid for the Indianapolis 500. As an organization, how would you plan out your race, especially since there are 200 miles for these organizations on your screen to compete in today?
Well, firstly, if I was one of the Bombshell Motorsport guys, I would just sit back, have a nice beer, and firstly, enjoy the fact that I've got so many cars up in the top order. But again, you want to make sure that all your drivers are working together in terms of the strategy, because of course, it's a long race. So if you have an incident here or there, I mean, you do have a lot of time to recover, but of course, you want to make sure that you're on the correct strategy and on the correct setup. So of course, a team like Bombshell will be sharing their setups, perhaps sharing some data, and if the need arises, maybe using one of the drivers to help the other teammates out. So the points certainly are at stake, and even the championship as well. So managing an event like that, a 500-mile race like that, is going to be a bit tricky. But again, if they do that, the rewards will be huge for Bombshell.
Especially since they're trying to hold on to that 600-plus point lead in the team standings, as you see on the screen. Kinetic Europe, Can-Am, Total Downforce Racing, UDocs amongst the top 6. Now, of these teams in the top 10, only one, as mentioned, did not make it to the Pro 1 split. No Emission Motorsports had none of their drivers making it to the top 33 in qualifying throughout the week for today. 3 of their cars, however, Nolan, are in Pro 2 split on the bright side, but it has to be hurtful to not be able to make it in the top 33 for today's race.
Absolutely, it's got to be definitely hurtful as well. You put in all the work to try to get into this race, and if you don't make the top 33, and I'll tell you what, it's very difficult when you see a team that puts all of that work into things, and then it just ends up coming to so little. The good news is, like you said, they are in the Pro 2 split, but you got to imagine that their standings in the championship here could take a beating today.
Indeed, here, before we get ready to go towards the track in just a few moments, couple things else to keep in mind, in your opinion, Samil.
Yeah, I think the main important point over here is trying to finish the race. Of course, you've seen at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that chaos is never too far off. This track, it just barely has any margin for error. So, of course, you'll see all the drivers on the limit. And again, you do see a lot of crashes as well. So the main thing is avoid the crashes, have a consistent race, clock in good lap times, stay in the draft, and in the end, hope for the best.
Indeed here. So we'll see how these drivers fare out. Mind you, there's a lot of history in this event here too, Nolan, that you have to think about for the major series in the Indy 500. As talked about 8 times now, including this year, this event's been held. Only one driver has won this race who's in the field today, in Kurt Crum in 2018, where he was dominant. Started on the pole, won that race. He's starting amongst the top 20 today. Your thoughts on how he'll do today?
Well, if he's starting in the top 20, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a bit difficult if he's starting further down the order, but you got to think that he'll be able to have a good shot to make his way up through the field and hopefully come away with a good finishing result overall. We have seen drivers make the charges through the field, and of course, with the way the IndyCars are here, with the leapfrog that you can see if you're pushing really hard, it wouldn't surprise if we saw him working his way up the order really, really early.
Who else do you feel we should keep an eye on today, Samil, based on your experience?
Well, the thing is, Dawson Brock never is too far off. So for someone like Dawson Brock to be in the top, I think it'll be great for him. And I think even Puteklis, for that matter. Puteklis is, I mean, he's not really had the best of results, let's be honest. But he's always aggressive. He always has that fire in his eyes and that eye for a good aggressive overtaking move. So I think these are the two drivers we definitely should be keeping an eye on.
Absolutely, for today, as these drivers get ready to attack the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. To remind you once again, 200 laps is the distance today, full distance to the real-world Indianapolis 500. These drivers will be racing around the 2.5-mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 9.2 degrees of banking in the corners today, 4 total turns. And the weather conditions, mostly cloudy for these drivers when the green flag flies. 65 degrees Fahrenheit, 93 degrees Fahrenheit, the track temp at the moment, which could potentially change as well. Speaking of things that could potentially change, we talked about the championship battle a little bit, Nolan, earlier today, but there's a chance sparks may fly with all those drivers looking to fight for the top spot of the podium, exiting the end of this round of the championship.
Oh, absolutely, and Ross Banfield here, he needs a good race if he wants to hold on to that championship lead, because he's only hanging on by the skin of his teeth by 2 points. The thing is, Banfield is starting outside of the top 9 because he was not in the Fast 9 qualifying. Eric Mickey, however, he's starting 6th place, so already Mickey has the upper hand on him, so it's crucial for Banfield to get a good run here today, or he is going to find himself being bumped down to at least 3rd place, if not lower, in the driver's standings here today.
Indeed, what type of pressure does that put on today, Samil, when you think about that to make sure you don't make a mistake at this track?
I think that's the worst thing that you can ever carry, because at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you think a bit too much, you're probably going to end up on the wall. Because of course, the thing is, when you apply a bit too much thought and when you think about it a bit too much, that's when you start to make mistakes. That's when you are overconscious about things, and that is when you actually make mistakes that you shouldn't be making on some easy stuff like hitting the ball and staying in the right racing line. So again, it all depends on the mentality of the driver, the kind of personalities they are, and the kind of characters that they actually are in real life. Of course, if you're a bit more confident, if you're a bit more sure of your abilities, you will not really think of things like that. So you're more likely to be more relaxed and, of course, having a better run. But again, it all matters in the end about how you think. And in fact, in the Indy 500, more than your skills, it's your mental sharpness as well that defines whether or not you're on the top or you're in the back, or perhaps in the wall as well.
Indeed, and some beautiful shots as these drivers currently work on final warm-ups here at the Brickyard from our director Hugo Ruiz. You can see the clouds up above. That could be an absolute factor today. Keep in mind as well, there is the drivers who are going for one race performances today, or one race appearances. Drivers like Isaac Snyder making appearances today, Nolan, on the racetrack among some of the quickest drivers in opening practice here before the green flag.
I mean, in many ways, this is something that we've seen time and time again. I mean, we even saw this with the Daytona 500, which so far has had close to the most entrants in that one race that we've seen all season. And it's not uncommon for drivers to make their one race appearances. If you remember, I think it was back in 2018 or 17 when Fernando Alonso made his only appearance in the IndyCar Series that season, when he took that one break in the Formula One World Championship from Monaco to come race here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it isn't that uncommon to see these drivers making these one race appearances at some of the bigger events like this.
And you have to remember, too, there are drivers with real-world experience in the field, too, who have raced in the Indy 500. So, one person specifically, Richie Hearn, we mentioned his name earlier today. His best finish in the Indy 500 was a P3. He's finished in the top 10 once or twice here, and as mentioned, won a pole in this event.
Yeah, and that is quite a commendable result because, of course, 30 to 40 of the best speedway drivers in the world take part in this race. And it's not just dramatized or hyped up, they're actually some of the best in the world. So finishing P3 over there, for Richie Hearn, that is a fantastic thing. But again, iRacing is a bit different. I think it was Scott Dixon or someone or the other who mentioned that iRacing, well, it's a completely different vertical of motorsport. It is realistic for sure, but the skills that you need to succeed here are completely different to what you need in real life. So of course, you need to make those small differences here and there and make some adjustments to your driving style. So for Richie Hearn, he may be good on real life, but over here, replicating that can be a bit challenging. That said, there's nothing quite like real life experience, and expect him to be in the top half as well.
Absolutely, he's been doing pretty well this season in the major series European splits, to say the very least. Under 2 minutes until the starting grid. Once again, we'd like to remind you that one of the presenting sponsors of today's race is, once again, Majors Garage, brand new to the major series this month. It allows drivers to have a toolkit of setups available to give them a baseline to perform in the events in the major series. In 2019, they had the factory team concept that required all factory teams supply at least one toolkit setup during the year. That, in turn, seen the change of the Majors Garage for this campaign, which will have drivers provide baseline plus sets multiple times throughout the season. The goal to be more comfortable, more stable versions of the iRacing default setup that are marginally quicker than default, but the raw pace is not the goal, it's the comfortability. And the major series pass holders have access to that for free. Anyone on the iRacing service can have a membership to it for as large as $3, just $3 each for that. Some of the top drivers with setups from that grouping: Dallas Pataska, who works with drivers in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series; Cam Dance, who has won races; Brian Bennett, who has won the Indy 500 before, and many others. For more information, go to PacificMajors.com. But just a few moments away from the starting grid here, your final thoughts, Nolan, before we take it to the track.
Well, honestly, I'm hoping that we have a really good race. And I do remember the last race that we ran here. If you'll remember this one as well, Justin, we had about a caution about every 10 or so laps up until about the halfway point where we ran green all the way through to the end of the race until it was about 2 or 3 laps to go. So you wonder if we're going to see something like that here today. I mean, it is the same car, the Dallara IR18 that's running. But you do have some differences, like the aero screen, which could play a huge factor into if this race will play out like last year's did or not.
We'll see how today goes, as these drivers are all set to take to the starting grid. 33 drivers all ready for Pro 1 split for the European edition of the Major Series. Indianapolis 500 is about to get underway.
Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. Finally, the whole grid will be pulling off, and then we should have a fun race. But well, speaking of the last one, I mean, on the lighter side, we had as many cautions as the hair on maybe Tony Kanaan's head, pretty much, in the first half of the race. That was very intense, and hopefully we get some good green flag running this time, because of course the kind of racing that we see here in the green flag at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is, quite simply put, unparalleled.
Let's see how they will start for today's edition of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. In Fast 9 qualifying, it was Henry Bennett who set the pace, with Silva Verde in second position. Brock and Barney start in row number 2, with Marcus Niskanen qualifying in 5th. Eric Mickey qualified 6th, with Christopher Reagan in 7th. Oliver Silva and Ulis Pateklis rounded up the 9 drivers in Fast 9 qualifying. Riley Thompson was the first driver out of that Fast 9 qualifying, but the fastest in Q2, Nolan.
Yes, indeed. So it's Dallas Pataska then who's going to kick things off in 11th place with Ray Partridge in 12th. Travis Henderson down in 13th, Tom Draling 14th, Richie Hearn in 15th with Cordell Cologne in 16th, Christopher Ems 17th, Joshua Wolf 18th, David Baker 19th, Kurt Crum 20th, Michael Lane 21st, Isaac Schneider 22nd, Trevor Vovrosky in 23rd, Marcus Romer 24th, Richard Yeager 25th with Bob Belval in 26th, Rainer Owara in 27th, Alexander Kirshnov in 28th place, Ross Banfield championship leader in 29th place. He has got a lot of work ahead of him if he wants to hold on to that title. Andy Banfield rounding out the top 30. Mike Kelly, Ty Kaveth, and Michael Hagstrom round out the final rows of the 33-car grid today.
The difference between making it in P33 for Pro 1 and P1 for Pro 2, 7/100ths of a second. That was the small enough of a difference to be one of the top drivers here. One of the drivers taking place in the 20-car Pro 2 split today. Track conditions, 92 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy skies, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. The air temp, winds gusting to the west at 3 miles an hour coming from behind the front stretch grandstands. It's going to be a wild one today. It's going to be a fun one. All these drivers ready to go, Samuel, in just a moment.
Yeah, I expect this to be a chaotic race. This is going to be an absolute thriller. The Indy 500, it never disappoints, but this one in the major series, I think it's just going to be a classic race. Overtakes, some drafting, some crashes for sure, and in the end, I am sure that we'll be completely satisfied with this race. Should be fun, guys. Here we go.
All set and ready to go as the iRacing official pace car makes its way down the front straightaway. Barney the flagman in control of the field as Bennett ready to launch things off. The 8th edition of the Major Series European Split Indianapolis 500 is underway from the Brickyard.
Bennett gets a very good launch out in front as he's thundered down into turn 1. Already the top 4 single filed out. Marcus Niskanen completing the pass on Eric Nicky for the top 5, and Nicky looking to be under threat from Christopher Reagan behind him, as now he's up to going to be up to 6th place there. Reagan side by side to the back straightaway and potentially looking for 3 wide. Got to keep it in line. Battle on for the lead though. Verde already making the pass on Henry Bennett. Leapfrogging starting already early in the Indianapolis 500. Brian Barney putting himself up to 2nd as well.
Verde wanted the track position. Barney trying to follow through. Yes, indeed. Top 4 back to single file. And this is one of the main things drivers talked about was how many passes they were expecting. Some were expecting reduced amounts. We're seeing a high amount in the early going, to say the very least. Barney to the point in 1 and 2.
Well, it's quite clear that Barney wants the lead, doesn't he? He's already passed Valverde and he's moved up 3 positions to take the lead here, only on the 2nd lap. And now we see Bennett getting a bit excited as well. He's fighting off Valverde for that 2nd position. Here he goes, down low on the inside line. Could this be his chance? He's getting a bit of draft here and he moves up into the lead. So 2 places in 1 corner for Bennett, and that is a flying restart for him once again.
Indeed, and drivers talked about if the track was on the hotter side, might expect some aero push in single line. Colder track, more packed race. Guess what, Nolan? It's the colder track at the moment.
It's the colder track, and I'm going to be perfectly fine if it sticks this way, because this is absolutely thrilling right now in this Indianapolis 500. Bennett trying the outside line, might be trying to get a run here on Dawson Brock. Bennett going to look to the inside, and Verde and Brian Barney going to follow as Henry Bennett pushes up to the point once again. Also, it's shuffling going under the back. I can see one driver trying to push his way up. That's Ulrich Buteklis trying to make moves. He's already gotten past Riley Thompson. He's now trying to make a move with Marcus Niskanen as well. Down to turn number 4. He's going to make this one stay. Buteklis now looking to get around the inside of Brian Barney again. This might get close here as he gets pushed almost down to the pit wall, but he's already set and secure. 3 wide behind them.
That's Reagan jumping his way through the hole to move his way back inside the top 6. A lot of shuffling early. Remember, though, the more they continue to fight here, Samil, the more they'll burn up the tires. That will be very key by the end of some of these fuel runs today.
Yeah, indeed, and we're already 4 laps into this race, and all the drivers will be worried about this strategy as well, because of course it's not the battling on the track that wins you the races completely, it's the strategy as well. So making sure that you keep your tires cool, keeping your fuel in as well, so that's going to be interesting. But on the track, this battle for 2nd place is just getting so exciting. Valverde and Dawson Brock, we now right on board with Bennett, and look behind at that battle. I think it's the outside line that's working as the drivers get back on the inside now. So on the main stretch, we saw Verde go to the outside and get a lot of draw from Bennett, and that is what allowed him to keep his second place with him. But Barney now falling back a little bit, but that's only temporary. He will be back soon.
Bennett now trying to defend on the high side. Freight train by 4 drivers on the low side. Can Bennett try and make that line work? No, gives up the race lead. And one of the broadcasts for the Indy 500s throughout this week mentioned a good point where the top line, as you said, is the faster line, Simil, but no one... The counterpoint is, it's harder to stick that said line because of what can happen below you.
Well, especially when the track gets rubbered in, you really only have that one group to work with in the corner, and that's what's going to make this so crucial for a lot of drivers to get those moves done on the outside if they want to get them done on the outside when they can. Some passes have been completed on the outside already in this race, but they are few and far between. Dawson Brock getting a bit aggressive here on Ulus Protectless as he's going to look to the inside into turn number 3. That's going to put Dawson Brock up into the podium position now as he's up to second. Might be looking to take the lead away from Verde. Down the front straightaway now. Henry Bennett looking to fight back as well. Still double file for a good portion of this field. There's the move for the lead, and it's going to be Dawson Brock to the point once again.
Once again, Brock up to the point from the 3rd position, from the drop of the green flag. Some of the biggest movers, though, keeping in mind, up already in 7th position. Joshua Wolf, one of the drivers a part of the Majors Garage, has already gained 11 spots in the span of 7 laps.
Well, Joshua Wolf has certainly got his elbows out, hasn't he? He's already up into P7, and that was a flying start in only 7 laps. So Wolf has been making a lot of progress as we now see him getting really close to the car there in P6. That would be, well, if we look at the lifetime, that is actually Travis Henderson. So Joshua Wolf getting really close over there as we now see them go past the turn 1 and turn 2 section. Well, what a camera angle this is. We now see Wolf getting really close for P6. Could this be a move into the inside line? And it is. So he moves up into P6, and it's Bennett who's falling back like a rock falling down from a mountain pretty much.
Yeah, dropping back indeed at this point. Already back himself to 7th position. And there's also the thought process, too, mind you, of trying to lay back, stay in the pack, find a hole you want to run for the 200 laps, and try and save fuel because, like in many forms of oval racing, you burn a lot of fuel by being the lead car in the pack. The thing is, though, the lead car in the pack has been like leapfrog, though. At the same time, no one. Barney just leapfrogged his way in front of the kinetic car.
And this is something that we discussed before the race, is that the leapfrog is going to be so powerful. It has been ever since. Oh, caution is out on the racetrack. First yellow of the race. Trying to look back and see who this was for. Verde. It seems that Belval has had troubles, and that was an up and over for him. Big crash for the first caution of the race today. He's done and out of the fight.
Unfortunate for him, it was about 25th position, and keep an eye on the left rear tire. That was on the right front wing of one of the newcomers, Alexander Kurzanzov. And up
wow,
until
got tapped on. Wow, he's spinning around like a mad Beyblade, you could say, pretty much. Got tapped around on the inside wheel, and bam, here he goes, spinning around in the air. Oh, that was a crazy accident, wasn't it?
Caution comes
again,
about,
the dangers of the outside line.
Yeah. Caution comes about 10 laps into the race. And this is going to make it interesting for the strategy game, Nolan. We've seen this last year a bit, where the longest you can go on fuel is about 32 to 35 laps. But it's going to be interesting how drivers plan if they get the caution flags to factor in.
Absolutely, and the cautions are definitely what can throw wrenches into the works with things. And I know one driver who's going to be done and out of the race already, and that is, well, Mr. Claude Belval, who did actually manage, shockingly, to get that car driven back to the pits, believe it or not. So, well, it's...
Well, to check that, there is a faster pair actually available for these drivers today. So there's the bright side for Belval and his modified. So, because he made it to the pit lane, might be able to stay on the lead lap here.
But do you really want to take it so early? I mean, it's a 200 lap race, and we're certainly expecting a lot of chaos, but Do you really want to use that fast repair so early on? I mean, if you're Bilbao, you don't really have any choice at this stage. You just want to stay in the race. But again, staying on the lead lap, that will definitely help him out a lot, because of course laps go by really quickly, and getting back on that and having any chance to win is going to be tricky, as we now see the cars peeling into the pit lane, and rightfully so, taking in some fuel and some tires. Do we see some bombshell motorsport cars staying out over there? What's going on there?
We'll see here. It looks like just about everybody came down to the pit lane except for, yes indeed, the bombshell cars. They've gone off cycle. Kirk Crum, Isaac Snyder have elected to stay out on the racetrack. Everybody else elected to come in and take some service after only about 10 laps of racing so far. Everybody up on the jacks to get some fuel and tires here.
This is giving me a somewhat uneasy feeling. Brian Barney gonna beat them off of pit road. He led them down and just barely beats out Yao Valverde and Uldis Putekwas. I'm a bit nervous for Kirk Crum, though, and Isaac Schneider, the two cars that did elect to stay out, though, because they are going to be under serious threat, because while their tires were only 9 laps old, from the speeds of the G-forces that these cars pull through the corners, it is enough that it will have a small effect on these different cars. So to see Kirk Crum and Snyder staying out, it's a very unique strategy call that I did not expect it to be taking so early on. It's a huge gamble as well, as we're already 1 lap to green. This is going to be very interesting to see how this restart will play out.
Well, if you look at it that way, they've dropped the bombshell as such.
There goes the rim shot in the backdrop. We'll see how this fares out. Mind you, though, this is a track position game as well for these two up the front of the field. For Crum and for Snyder, they were in the 20s before they elected to stay out for the caution flag. Remember, Crum, the 2018 winner in this event. Single file restart about to get underway. He's in control of the field when they get to the restart zone. Keep an eye on how he jumps most of the drivers to the wall. Crum does not go to the wall. Only goes to the inside line, stacking them up, goes up to the top side, green flags back out.
Massive jump there from Kirk Crum as he rockets away with the lead. That's not going to last for long, though, because with the draft, they're going to reel him in oh so quickly, like a fisherman on a summer's day trying to reel in fish from a pond. That was probably one of the worst metaphors I've ever had in one of these broadcasts, Justin.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But because of how they took the start there, Samil, the whole entire field is spread out into groups of 2.
Yeah, and that's going to be really tricky for them, because as Nolan mentioned, the draft is super essential, as we now see the move being made for P2 by Barney, and that was bound to happen at some point of time, but this group of 2 thing isn't really going to work out for everyone. I mean, of course, in the end, Crum will be pulled in and Barney will chew him up like a biscuit, you could say, but the other guys, they're going to find it a bit tricky to get back onto the leading group. Here he comes into turn 1, down to the inside line, and the move is made. We expected that, and now Valverde is on the prowl as well.
Bit of smoke behind them, still green on the racetrack, still everyone keeping their cars pretty straight. But Henry Bennett coming all the way from the back part of the group, trying to run to the front of the group as the bombshell cars look to defend. Bennett forced to check up, was able to get up to 5th after having a huge head of speed from 7th.
So it's a hornet's nest up here at the front of this field, and the puff of smoke was Dawson Brock actually striking the back right rear wheel of Joshua Wolf. But look at this. This is a car that's trying to go hard for the lead. That's one car on the inside. Joshua Wolf, the car that was just hit. Clearly no damage on that race car, as he's already being really aggressive, trying to go 3 wide. One car exiting the pits is going to be well out of the way.
That's Mickey.
And already, that's Eric Mickey. He was the driver that was looking to get the points lead away from from Ross Banfield. Going into today's race, ducking 3 wide as they try to get around him as Tom Draley moves away up the spot, but still hornet's nest up here at the front of this field.
After that start, Mickey, Richie Hearn, David H. Baker all had to come down to the pit lane. So they are all down 1 lap in this race as a result. Some of them are inside the traffic. Side by side still for the lead. Crum still holding on to the top side, running in the same ballpark as everybody else. But again, this is the gamble. They're hoping that it becomes caution precautions and they get this track position, Samil.
Exactly, but it seems like at this particular moment in time, they've rolled the dice and it has backfired. So Mickey, he needs to make up some really a whole lot of positions to get his championship lead in. It's going to be tricky though, but the battle from the front is heating up. I'm surprised that Crum hasn't really lost many positions. I mean, he's been determined to do a good job over here, and he's just sticking around there and persevering with those old sets of tires. So I mean, he's still only in P3. That's not too bad, but of course we still expect him to lose a lot of positions. Move for the lead here though, going around the outside. They're going side by side here. It's Barney and Wolf who comes out on top. This is, oh man, around the outside. Wow, that is fantastic.
Wolf able to make the move on the outside at turn 2, and it's a tricky part of the racetrack, as Will Vincent mentioned yesterday. Turn 3 entry, pretty okay. Turn 1 entry, difficult. Turn 2, especially difficult, Nolan.
Especially, you know, the fact that a lot of drivers do say that turn 1 and 2 is the difficult part of the track. They've caught now David Baker lap traffic, so already lap traffic playing into a big factor. Car's going to fend down and, oh, big wreck behind him down the pit straightaway. 2, 3 cars upside down. Cordell Colon screaming into the pit lane as he flips up and over the pit wall, and that has just taken out about half the field in that mess. That all started when Tom Draley completely took out Oliver Silva.
Caution is out for the second time, and the 54 try to go 3 wide. Take a look at this. Almost looked like he tried to side draft a bit.
I had a feeling, looking at how intense these guys are battling, I had a feeling that a crash was imminent. Something or the other was bound to happen. And here we see it. All these drivers just flipping around over there, having a major crash on the front stretch. Bam! Look at those cars hit the wall. And that has ended disastrously for all of them. Wow, the fast repair is definitely going to be used a lot over here.
Lots of front wings demolished, lots of suspension damage as a result. So half the field involved in the second caution flag. Here's a look on board. Take a listen to Kelly. He got popped in the back, but was still able to miss most of it.
So it's just unfortunate for him that he did get popped in the back, because that did give him a little bit of damage on the right side, and indeed the rear of that car, as you can see, ended up missing the rear cowl on that car. So gearbox exposed and rear wing gone. Car's going to be coming down to the pit lane now. It's going to be Dallas Pataska to lead them down. Joshua Wolf elected to stay out this time with Brian Barney. Kirk Crum staying out as well with Christopher Reagan, and Yao Verde. Eric Mickey staying out again. Remember, Mickey had to come down early on the last restart. It appears that he missed all the carnage that would have taken place behind him. And my goodness, that was definitely one of the biggest crashes I've ever seen at this racetrack.
Yeah, and for Mickey, I think this is exactly what he needed. That first pit stop didn't really work out well for him in the short run, but now it seems like things are getting back on track for Mickey, and he can finally stay in the hunt for the championship. Because of course, you remember, the Indy 500 is a critical race if you want to win the championship. It counts a lot, of course, 200 laps, and all the stakes are really high here. So for Mickey, that P3 at the moment, it certainly seems to be putting him in a big situation. He's going to be having a major smiley on his face right now. That strategy has finally somewhat worked out for him, and now he needs to avoid all that carnage ahead of him, and needs to keep all those cars behind him for what, a long time, you could say.
Here's the thing though, there's the somewhat part you talked about. You still can't get on the lead lap as a lucky dog in the Indy 500, as for those who know in real life, as it is in the sim, meaning to get your lap back, you have to be in front of the leaders behind the pace car. Unfortunately, Mickey not in that case. Not is Cologne, not is Hearn, not is Drelling, not is Baker after that caution flag period. So at the moment, Joshua Wolf's the leader after staying out. Barney, Crum, Reagan, Verde also stayed out on the racetrack. They gambled for the track position. Everybody else, though, elected to come down to the pit lane. So with 82 laps to go, yes, they're off cycle in the field, Nolan, but they're still gambling that this is going to stay the trend.
And remember, this was the trend that we had last year, all the way up to about the halfway point. And right now, we're on perfect par with that trend here as well. So it's not unreasonable to think that a lot of teams will try to probably have the same strategy. based on what took place in last year's race, because that's what's already happening in this race as well. Already, though, we are seeing tire gambles being made, as remember, in the first caution, you had drivers that stayed out when they were 10 laps older on tires. This time it's not as much, it's only 8 laps, but it is still going to matter quite a bit to a few of these drivers. So Joshua Wolf, a couple of these guys, all the way up to about 6th place, they are going to have some work out of them. And it is going to be really, really key here to see what's going to take place. Look out for Kirk Crum, though, because he is in 3rd place. And if you remember, he is 18.3 laps on his tires right now.
Samil, you have a point as well? Okay. With that, coming to 181 laps
Yeah,
to
I mean,
go.
Kurt Crum, I mean, it's essential to look at his race because, of course...
Go ahead.
Sorry, just getting back on Kurt Crum's last stint, in fact, he was able to stay out there. I mean, he was able to stay away from all the carnage, and he did quite a decent job on those old sets of tyres as well. So it may not really be that bad for Joshua Wolf. So, yeah, I mean, we should see an interesting next stint over here with these older tyres for him.
We'll see how these drivers go here when this green flag flies once again. It's again Wolf in control of the field. He is one of the biggest movers overall today. Plus 17 along with Kurt Crum. The biggest is a plus 20 from Ty Kebeth from 32nd position in qualifying. This time Wolf taking the outside line, not ducking to the inside like we've seen from the last start. From the leader, pace car is off, green flag is up, back to racing we go. A good jump for Wolf.
This is something we saw on that last restart too. The leader got a good jump, but it only took a lap before it was reeled back in. And already cars fanning out right to the pit wall behind them as drivers further in the back try to defend their positions. But for now, though, things are looking very settled up front all throughout the top 10. So this is good for Joshua Wolf. He wants to lead that one lap. And look at this, snaking all the way down the back straight into the wall. Crum gonna look to the outside. Barney gonna maybe look to the inside for the lead. Joshua Wolf trying to cover him off, but can't get down there in time. Barney goes to the point.
Barney back up to the race lead. We'll see how they counter back. Wolf gets the draft. 222 miles an hour off the corner, side by side. And Reagan hits the wall. Trying to go 3-1 and scuffed his left side tires against the inside fence.
And Reagan just hit the pit wall and he went 3 wide over there for a second. That was absolutely intense. Now he's drafted back into P3, using up the draft over there. I think even that big hit that they had on the pit wall doesn't really seem to have slowed him down a lot. Reagan's still in P3 and Barney and Wolf are right in his eye line. He can see them and he really is making a move. So now we see a move made once again for P3. That is Valverde on the prowl once again. So Valverde, who actually was, I think, on the first row of the grid, is making up moves once again as we see a move for the lead being made.
Once again, back and forth. Wolf holding on to the bottom side. 3 wide for second. Near contact between Valverde that time and Reagan. Reagan able to cut on through. By the way, that weaving you see in the backdrop at the start of the race was wing-to-wing contact. Ross Banfield got shuffled out to the fence. Brock is actually involved in an incident right now and has just had the rest of his car sheared off. No caution flag in 1 and 2.
Seems like there was that incident over 1 and 2, and you saw going into turn number 1, Kurt Crum, I think might have got hit from the backside by Henry Bennett going into turn 1. That got that back as the car stepped out, but he saved it in turn 1. Josh Wolf is going all sorts of defensive, racing as hard like it's the last lap of the race. Christopher Reagan still trying to find a way through as he got Verde trying to pull the outside line. This is just absolutely incredible that these guys have not wrecked each other yet. Bit of a bump off the bottom for Christopher Reagan. Now it's going to be Verde that chopped the nose. Here comes Mickey trying to scream by on the outside.
Whoa. This is absolutely crazy. Verde up to the race lead now with the move once again, going back and forth like a pendulum swing.
There is no better word, Justin. Crazy is the right word. Now we see 3 wide on the home stretch. This is for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Keep a close eyes on that. Wolf, Valverde, Reagan for the lead of the race. Who gets it done? Oh, they're still going side by side as we head into turn 2, inside and the outside. So I think this is Wolf who's got it done. No, they're still side by side. This is incredible. They've almost gone a lap, staying exactly wheel to wheel with each other. This is insane, and now I think it is Wolf who's got that position in, and Verde is also reeling him in close by. He currently seems to be in P4, and it is Bennett that you look at on the outside line that has made a good recovery as well. Now he's in P3. Verde closing in, using that draft. This could be his opportunity to make a move for perhaps P3, as we now see one of his teammates going around the outside. Wow!
Poked to the inside that time, backed off by Patekoulis. Bennett still able to hold onto the outside line though, and it almost seems knowing that car in the 007 is quicker when it's got the draft by far. Look at the straight line speed, able to pull away from everyone else behind again to the outside, 230 miles an hour off in turn 3.
This is the guy that had the average qualifying speed of 233.4 miles an hour, and he's showing it here as he's trying to find some way around Joshua Wolf. Look out for Mickey, though, who's going to put them 3 wide for the race lead again down the pit straightaway. This might have been a photo finish at the line, separated by 0.019 at the line last time by. Mickey going to find his way through the middle and try to go for the lead. Can Joshua Wolf find the inside through turn number 2? I don't think he can. Eric Mickey has just secured the lead around the middle.
Oh my!
This is absolutely wild madness already early on. Remind you, there's 174 laps to go still. And by the way, a couple of the cars in this grouping have to pit in about 15 laps or so. So this has been pretty intense, let's put it that way. All while Mickey now in lap traffic has joined the fun as they go 3 wide for the lead with the traffic.
Well, intense would be an understatement. These are the kind of races why you get into motorsport. I mean, you see races like this and you're like, wow, this is exactly what I want to do for a living. Fantastic racing. And now we see Henry Bennett, the guy who went into the 233s in the Super 9, getting back into the lead. We spoke about how he could be the favorite. We spoke about how he is the top dog for this race, and he is proving exactly that. However, not for long, the lead is snatched up once again, and it is Bennett losing out that position. So the 007 is in P2 at the moment.
Yeah, keep in mind, Mickey, the lead car in this draft, is the lap car, and is that Dallas Pataska? Yes, it is, making its way up to the field in that Matt Black machine. Where did he come from? He's been quiet throughout this race so far. The one-time point leader before we missed the last race, or had a DNF rather in the World 600, now upside the top 5 as well.
And now looking 3 wide again for the lead as Eric Mickey, the lap car on the inside. Remember, Eric Mickey is fighting to stay on the lead lap here, which he is allowed to do. You're allowed to fight to stay on the lead lap, and that's what Mickey's doing right now. Oh, and he's got the race leader! Joshua Wolf slams the fence, and this has just come to complete disaster for Joshua Wolf. Dumped by a lap car with less than a quarter of the way through this race. Are you joking right now?
Eric Mickey's gonna get a lot of threats at the end of this race. Trust me, his Instagram DMs will be filled with hate comments. What was that? A lapped car taking out the lead. I mean, the last time we saw that was the Formula 1 Brazilian Grand Prix, Ocon and Verstappen. And this is just a carbon copy of exactly that. I mean, the rule number 1 of racing is if you get the blue flag, stay out of the way. Oh, that didn't really end well, did it, Justin?
No, and that ends up bringing up the 3rd caution flag of the day. Take a look again. Mickey was trying to stay low just barely. Got a tap of the left rear tire and collects a secondary driver as well in that incident. That driver specifically, Patekoulis. Both drivers now significantly damaged. They do have a fast repair, but man, that's going to sting.
That's got to be one of the more controversial moments that I've had in my entire commentating career for the past 2 years. I have never seen something quite as wild as that. Joshua Wolf, oh, that's gonna really, really sting. And you gotta think that, you know, Eric Mickey, a lap car, he's trying to fight to stay on the lead lap, but here's the thing, he stayed on the bottom. It was Wolf that chopped down across his nose, and that's what caused that whole thing. You gotta wonder what in the world is gonna become of that. These guys are allowed to protest incidents in this series. Do you think we might see that taking place here after this race?
Could be. Definitely could be. I mean, it's just unnecessary. I mean, if you're the lapped car, staying on the bottom line is just a bit too risky. I mean, yeah, that was bound to happen. Of course, you see that car when they're completely destroyed in the back, and I wonder whether he has the fast repair or not. But that just completely puts off any chances of winning this race in the bin instantly.
Yeah, Wolf is still having to wait for the tow truck specifically, by the way, and all of that, as it's all shuffled up the race. Eric Mickey is now in the lead lap with that, with the damaged front wing. This will also help Tom Drelling, the rest of the drivers who are lapped down, to cycle their way on forward. Reagan now the race leader from that. We'll see how things shape out here from all of this now, as we'll see if they're able to recover. There's still 170 laps to go this upcoming time by.
I don't even know what to say at this point. You know, this is how they're racing on lap number 26. What are they going to be racing like when it's 5 to go? Like, this is how far they're willing to hit the wall trying to go 3 wide down the pit straight.
Yeah, but you have to give credit. You have to look at the other side of the coin in the argument as well, though, too, where you're going 3 wide, but the lap car is still in the middle of turn 4. In real life, there's a common courtesy where the driver who is the furthest back usually backs out, makes it 2 wide because of course, the dangers in the real-world motorsports, in real-world IndyCar. There was also the counter-argument, there was the squeeze and push down from Wolf as well in that corner.
And this is just one of those things where it's very, very difficult to kind of determine how to rule this sort of situation. And I mean, I've had work as a race controller before. I've had jobs where I've had to decide situations like that. Even I don't know how I would call that, because it's just that different. There's so many factors that you have to take into place that you just almost don't know quite what to do with it. It's such a delicate situation right now, and I can tell you what, no matter the outcome, somebody's going to be upset with how that thing turned out. Eric Mickey, though, he is going to be back on the lead lap as a result of this, even though he's got front wing damage.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair point. It's going to be very hard for the stewards to decide actually what happened. They're going to be reviewing that intensely, trying to find out a way to work around and see who was at fault. But everyone in the comments of the broadcast, they're all going wild. They're all saying, yeah, whose fault was that? I mean, the guy who was about to be lapped, they should have let go of it and perhaps not race so aggressively, you could say, in a way. But as you correctly mentioned over there, I mean, if they're racing like this right now with around, 170 odd laps left to go, what are they going to race like towards the end? I guess they're going to do a road rash, take out their chains and start punching the guy right next to them. It's just going to be madness, to say the least.
By the way, half the field, mind you, has already had to use a faster pair because that first big one of the race, so that's going to also be a definite factor. The top half of the field has not had to use a faster pair for the most part, though, no.
Indeed, and that's because a lot of these incidents, apart from that latest caution, have occurred in the latter portion of the field. And you gotta wonder if that's from desperation, because you do have guys like Ross Banfield down there who are trying to work their way up through the field to hang on to points positions that they desperately need. So it's going to be crucial for a lot of these guys trying to figure out where the heck are they going to be ending out. In the midst of all of this, there's been a lot of shuffling around as well. In fact, Ross Banfield, he actually was struggling on that first run. He's up to 11th place now because of the cautions that have been taking place.
We'll see how this goes when the green flag flies again. 169 laps to go, just to remind you. Christopher Reagan in control of the field. Green flag is out. We're back to racing for the Major Series Indy 500, and it's a slower start.
Christopher Reagan coming in, and he's already being reeled in by Bennett right here. This could be the move for the lead, and it is in fact heading into turn 1. So Bennett not waiting a lot, seeing the opportunity and immediately bouncing on it. So Henry Bennett back again into the lead, but Reagan is not one who lets go of it so easily. He's lining up a move as well, heading into the draft. This could be his opportunity once again. Outside or inside, what does he choose? He decides to stay behind, but he loses a position in this as well. So B2 is now gone to Dallas Pataska. Look who's back.
Dallas Pataska, the oval racing ace. Part of Dynamic Auto Sport. Also built setup for Christian Challenger for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series is now side by side. That time by was still in second. Into turn 1, takes the race lead for the first time today in his matte black machine. And already, with how that start went, the top 9 drivers check a top 10, separated by just 0.8 of a second as Bennett goes to the point. Bennett wants the lead back, takes it right away, off into turn 3 this time.
Oh, and Christopher Reagan getting all sorts of out of shape there on that inside through turn number 3. This is something we haven't had a whole lot of time to talk about from the start of this broadcast, but you'll see the white curb on the inside of the racetrack. That is something where it's very, very easy to unsettle the car. We saw a huge slide last year with Marcus Niskanen when he got out of shape on there in turn number 1. We've already seen that more than once in this race, as it is with Eric Mickey. So these guys have got to be very, very careful what they do. It was that white curbing that unsettled Christopher Reagan, which destroyed his run, looking almost side by side as Ray Partridge and Verde looked to do battle. They almost banged wheels over turn 2. They are Kinetic Racing teammates. The one thing you don't want to do, especially at a track like this, is take out your teammate, especially before you're a quarter of the way through the race.
Ray Partridge now back to the 5th position, once again in the dog bear car. Tries to shuffle back to the outside to indeed make that the case, and does at the stripe. So single file amongst the top 4 cars once again on lap number 35. As we continue to see a lot of good side-by-side racing, yes, but the question is going to be, how long does it stick? Because we've seen the intensity level very high. Petaska goes low to make the move back for the lead.
Petaska on the inside line, and once again he has shuffled back into the lead of this race. And speaking of the intensity level, well, it's been on 11 from the get-go. This has been fantastic. So Petaska once again shuffling back to the lead. And guys, one familiar face is climbing up the order. Ross Banfield in the 777 car is now up into P10. He's made a move, one position in fact, since the green flag dropped, and he's back into P9 now, so he's passed Niskanen as well. So Banfield certainly on the up, and he's right behind Valverde. This is going to be fun.
And Nolan, we were talking about this a little bit earlier today. You were asking, is there a UDOX car in the Fast 9? Why did you feel that was? Especially since UDOX, of course, as a group has been very quick on every single racetrack.
Well, the fact is that you'd expect one of those cars to be out there because drivers like Ross Banfield have been really, really fast throughout the season. I believe it was Banfield that won the Daytona 500. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But Banfield is a driver that really loves these ovals, and he's been really, really strong, especially here. Though he got a terrible qualifying order, started 29th out of 33 drivers, and now he's up into the top 10. So Banfield is on a very, very strong run right now. And with all these drivers holding themselves up in front of him, he's looking to make up some more spots and hold on to that points lead. He does have to get around Eric Mickey, though, who is, keep in mind, behind him right now on the racetrack. Kirk Crum, the other driver's got to look out for. Right now, he's ahead of both of them on the racetrack.
Still shuffling out at the top of the point as Petaska back out to the front. Bennett back to second. Reagan, Partridge, and Thompson the top 5. As all those drivers single file out, but it's been a slipstream train. Usually some cases you may see drivers elect to stay single file. Not today. Bennett and Petaska and the rest of the group, if they've got to run, they haven't been backing off.
Yeah, they really haven't. And the motto over here seems to be attack, 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 and attack. Now, once again, Petaska and Bennett are just going for it for the lead. They've been shuffling around for what? As long as I can remember pretty much. And they're just going side by side all the time. For now, it is Petaska in the lead, but for how long? Bennett goes to the outside, and he seems to be losing out his second position to Christopher Reagan as well. So it's all kicking up over here, and Partridge right behind seems to have taken aim and is ready to fire for that P3. Partridge also on the attack. Could this be his chance? Not quite. Still in P3 for him.
Look like he's trying to be nice and patient. One of the veterans, mind you, in the 88 machine from Dog Bear, has the charity of this event today in Sarge's place on the car today. Electing to stay in single files lines at the moment and let the runs come as they may. Meanwhile, nearly gets shoved up the racetrack. Partridge is in the fence. We stay green as Partridge hits the side pod against the sidewall.
Luckily, no wing damage, so Partridge just got to get his foot down and keep back in it. He's managed to get that car settled, so no damage, no caution. It was a close one, but we've managed to keep it green for now. So now Partridge side by side with Uldis Buteklis, his teammate. And Buteklis is going to let him go around the outside as Partridge tries to get the hammer down and work his way back up there to regain on lost spots. I'll tell you what, Justin, this race has been a lot more close than it was last year. You got to wonder, is this the drivers that are making it this close, or is it something else about the cars, potentially? The new aero screen that's maybe helping to make this race a lot more intense than it was last season.
Here's the crazy thing, though, Nolan. They're expecting to be more tougher to try and make moves with the windscreen to deal with for some of the build and the aerodynamics. I think it's more so just how the weather conditions have been with the most quality skies that have really shuffled things around in the short run so far.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we thought that it would be a bit tougher to pass with the aero screen, but tougher, well, that word doesn't exist in the dictionary of all these drivers. The one word that comes to mind looking at these guys racing is simply relentless. They're not relenting at all. I mean, they're just consistently going for it. And it's only been 40 laps. 160 more laps of this sort of racing to come. I'm just snapping myself into the seat and just hoping for some fantastic racing on the way, as we are seeing right now for the lead between Pesa and Bennett. Pesa now going to the inside, maintaining this position and staying in the lead as we see the move for second place being made as well. So Reagan locking in his aim and going for P2 as well. But again, it is Bennett who takes to the outside line and says, no, that place is mine.
Eventually, though, these tires gotta give out, though, because we've seen this in the iRacing, in the IndyCar iRacing Challenge as well. Some good passing on the short one with the fresher tires. Then about 15 laps in, that's where things settled down and drivers had a harder time trying to build up runs because they had to get off throttle to make sure they can make the corner without stuffing in the wall or hitting somebody else. Henderson, though, he's deciding, you know what, let's go 3 wide and take the lead for the first time today.
Full move there from Henderson to make that move down to the turn 1, but he did make it work cleanly. That's muscled Henry Bennett all the way out of third place even. Or he's going to be out of third place here in a moment if Christopher Reagan can get around him. Here comes Pesa, though, trying to fight back. This is all beginning to stack right back up again. It's when the field gets all stacked up like this. This is when we see the carnage start to take hold. So Pesa down the inside. Henderson going to ease off early and let him go. Henry Bennett behind, side by side with Christopher Reagan for that final podium position. Riley Thompson trying to find the outside. He's running the top 5, trying to find something working as well. Move back for the lead now. That is Henderson once again back to the inside. He's looking to make whatever he can for that race lead. He's going to get that one secured in the turn.
Oh no!
Combo cars spinning, 4 stacked up. The bombshell cars are in it. 4 cars flipping. Caution flag is out once again.
The points tally. That's the bombshell cars, along with a few others as well. Oh, this is disastrous for them. How many times have we seen the bombshell cars involved in a wreck in this race? I can only recollect twice, and it's only been 40 laps so far. Oh, goodness. It's going to be super challenging for them to maintain their championship lead. And just take a look at what happens in the replays. It's all going fine for now, but not now.
Look at Michael Lane. He got absolutely sent to the moon right there. Talk about a Neil Armstrong moment. He actually drove to the back of his teammate, Mike Kelly, and just got absolutely launched into the catch fence and actually cleared it on the top side of the racetrack as we ride on board. And look at that. I think that gives a whole new definition with these cars, how they really do like to fly sometimes.
By the way, the cause 3 wide. Ray Partridge tried to poke it underneath the left side tire of one of the U-Doc's cars, and it collects the second big one of the day as a result. Here's an arrow look at what happened here. You'll see him get a big run coming into turn 1, pokes underneath, and bye-bye.
Now you see, the cars believe that they can fly, and you just saw that right there. I mean, we've seen so many big accidents, but this one, I think it was one of the bombshell cars that spun around on their own. So that just makes it even worse for them. And in fact, you kind of get a feeling when they're racing just so hard that they're going to crash. You just get a feeling that they're on the limit and they cannot keep it and they cannot sustain it for much longer. And that is exactly what has happened. But now the strategy game could be blowing all the way up over here. Can we see drivers coming into the pit lane? Will we see them making changes for tyres and for fuel as well? Should be fun with Travis Henderson leading at the moment. And yes, indeed, they dive down into the pit lane.
Andy Bedfield able to use his faster pair as a result here. Couple of our drivers electing to stay out. It's been a really hard race to plan for Nolan with the 10 laps every run so far.
And like I said, this is the trend that we saw last season. It was about a caution every 10 to 15 laps. And then from there, it was green flag after the halfway point, all the way up to the final caution with about 3 laps to go. We are perfectly on par for the exact same thing that happened this season. So Ross Banfield, your points leader, caught up in that crash. And now he's managed to use that fast breath. Thank goodness he's back out on the racetrack. he's going to have to be very, very careful. And all of that work he's put in over the past few laps, it's just all been undone in a heartbeat. And remember, I can say this, being a part of that team myself, they've been fighting with Kinetic Racing for a very long time. They've been the main targets for Unorthodox Motorsports. That was a Kinetic car that turned the Unorthodox car. So already...
No, that was a Dog Bear car.
A Dog Bear car,
Similar.
excuse me.
Yeah, they have similar colors, mind you, but the best way to differentiate from the aboves, you see all the blue on the Connect cars, there's also blue and green on the Dog Bear machines. Either way, Travis Henderson up at the front after the caution flag, Bennett in second, Pesa, Reagan, Thompson, Verde, Barney, Kevith, and then up 19 positions is the 232 involved in one of the early caution flags of the day. The Alexander Kirchhoff, I should rather say. He's up inside the top 10 right in front of Partridge.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, this one. After this restart, I think we're going to see some chaotic racing. We have seen so far, but I think this is the time the drivers realize, all right, let's settle down. Let's get to the end, because we have been racing a bit too hard for our liking, and we've seen so many drivers here use the fast repair that I think I've lost count of how many of them have done that. So with so many laps left to go, I think the drivers need to be a bit more considerate. And I saw one of the comments in the broadcast saying that they're racing like a low split, and I think that's a bit too harsh, to be honest with you, because of course racing is in the DNA of everyone and they really want to go in there and get that win. But of course at times you just lose yourself a little bit too much and you get a bit too aggressive. So hopefully right now we see the drivers calming down a little bit and being a bit more considerate as we see some of the lapped cars being allowed to go past.
By the way, 3 wave arounds this time. Brock, Protectless, Wolf, all able to get back on the lead lap as a result of this caution flag period. So we'll see how this start goes. And Travis Henderson, you heard some of the discussion from Brock, also mentioned about expecting this car to be really strong today based on what they've seen in practice and how they were able to perform in those sessions. His hope, top 10, he says, and I quote, "Until my usually horrible luck kicks in, I expect about P25 today." We'll see if the luck stays with Henderson today, Noel.
D will have to see what he'll be able to make. Of course, he is right now up in first position, so he's in prime position, but you can see that green car, the 007, he is looking to get that lead back, and he's looking to hold it as well. Can't discount Dallas Petaska as well either in that matte black machine. Petaska has been like he really has almost been the stealth bomber. I mean, he worked his way up quietly, and we almost don't get to talk about it, and then he just pounds it at the last second, and everybody's just wondering where in the heck did he come from. So he's got his car painted like a stealth bomber. He's driving like a stealth bomber too, if you want to think about it that way. I can't wait to see what this race will take hold. We're finally coming down to about 150 laps to go here.
The Envision-sponsored machine ready to bring us back to the green flag for the start of lap 48. 153 laps to go in the Major Series European Split Indianapolis 500-mile race. Green flag is back out. We're underway once more. A good jump for Henderson. Rest of the field starts to shuffle in their own groupings.
We see the battles once again resuming, and Henderson has taken away from the top, but it is Bennett who's under some serious pressure out there for P2. So Bennett and Petaska, a perfect couple, these guys. They're just going on each other once again, elbows out, and are fighting out once again. So Petaska and Bennett being a bit smart and making this move now to take the lead from Henderson. So both of these guys using the draft very smartly and heading into the lead. But guys, remember, staying in the lead and make sure that you use a bit too much of tires and fuel. Of course, sitting behind in the draft helps you out in that regard. So that's going to be a bit tricky as we now see Petaska making his move up. And is that the clouds coming up a bit more? I think the clouds are coming in, and that should mean that the track temperatures, drop down a little bit.
Keep an eye on that one as Petaska back up in the lead once more. But as we've seen throughout the day today, Henry Bennett and Petaska have gone back and forth ever since they've gone 1 and 2. Draft up to the front, Bennett once more. Henderson, though, looking to take advantage of the run. Can't get the pass completed in turn 3.
Can't quite make it work, but he's still trying to make that pass for second place around the inside of Dallas Petaska. And right now, Petaska is going to have a bit of help here from the draft with Henry Bennett to actually clear around Henderson on the inside, and that's going to check the field up behind Henderson. Christopher Reagan tried to make the look into turn 1. He's going to make that look for third place, while Petaska takes over the race lead once again, diving underneath Henry Bennett. Reagan going to put himself up into third place now. Bouncing off the grass a little bit, though. Reagan dipped one tire in there. He was lucky to get away with that one as well.
Yeah, it's so tricky to make sure you don't go off in the grass. Bennett retakes the race lead once more. But of course, you take every single corner at this racetrack somehow differently.
Trouble, turn 3, big trouble, car hard on the wall. Eric Mickey, suspension destroyed. He is hit from behind by David Baker, spinning down to the inside. No caution, down to the short chute between turns 3 and 4.
That was around...
Mickey. Oh man, he's had trouble all along. Justin.
Yeah, that was contact with Christopher Ems going into turn 3 for about 15th position. Keep an eye on the tire-to-tire contact. Tries to go on the very high side. Then right there, flare for Ems. Contact swings him into the wall. Then right about here, flips him just off the racing line. Doesn't get the caution flag. And now is in a rough situation for the championship. Was one of the many drivers who have already had to use a faster pair today. There is a chance he joins one of the 4 drivers already out of the race in Belval. Kelly, Michael Lane, and Andy Banfield today.
Mickey just can't seem to get a break today. I mean, things have all spiraled out of his hands today. And now, I think his championship is it's going to get a lot more tricky, especially considering that Banfield and the others are doing quite a good job. Verde as well in the top 10, if I'm not mistaken. Bennett now on the charge, and now we see Bennett moving up into the lead, along with another familiar face. It is Barney, who's cycled back again to the top. So Barney, Bennett, and I think is his Petaska in the top 3 fighting it out against each other, while we see Valverde down in P9 with Jaeger right in front of him.
14 cars separated by only about a second and a half in this grouping. Barney again defending on the bottom side to try and maintain the track position. But Ty Kivet, he's now joined the middle portion of this pack, and the 222 machine made some headlines during the race of the Netherlands a couple weeks ago. There's a chance he might try and draft his way up to the top 5. Has been methodically making his way to the field, while the other drivers go 3 wide again for the race lead.
Bennett backs out of that one from the outside line, not wanting to take that risk into turn number 3, and wisely so from Bennett being able to back out of that one. You'll always get another shot. You won't, though, if you end up putting yourself into the outside wall. Now, Bennett trying to draft up with Dallas Petaska. Brian Barney going to come up to try to squeeze Petaska up into the outside line. And that's going to be Barney to be able to hold that race lead around the inside. He'll be able to maybe clear Petaska out of turn number 1. And the fact he has one car slow down on the bottom side. That is Eric Mickey, who did use his faster pair and is lighting the field through.
So it looks like did save it after that significant wing damage before. Just got the manual wing change, but he's stuck at 60 miles an hour at the bottom of the racetrack. The leaders, though, continue to scrap around. We'll see what happens when they reach him next time by on the circuit, as Barney tries to defend on the bottom side. 3 cars on the bottom, 2 back on the top side. Petaska side by side at the stripe. Last time by, they were dead even in lap times. This time by, just about 2 100ths the difference between the top 2.
Yeah, the difference really is barely anything. I mean, you can just literally see them getting so close to each other, as we see one of the cars going down there too, pretty much the low lane, you could say. And now once again the move for the lead being made out. So these guys are cycling in a lot. I mean, nobody can keep on to the lead for pretty much 2 laps. It's like a hot potato in a way. You just can't hold it for long, as Barney once again moves up into P1 and that commanding spot that everyone has been desiring so much.
As they continue to shuffle around for the top point. By the way, the storyline potentially with Mickey, remember, was involved in one of the early incidents, had wing damage, got it manually fixed, had to take the faster pair out to the last caution flag. Still going 60 miles an hour at the bottom of the racetrack. That is pit road speed, mind you. There was a chance knowing the pit limiter stuck on that car.
It would be absolutely detrimental, and it would certainly be another first for me in this race. Never have I seen a pit limiter being stuck on a car, but it certainly isn't unheard of. Potentially a button coming unbound from his controller there, so that's definitely not good for Eric Mickey if he's wanting to keep things steady. He is off the racing surface, and he's still going 60 miles an hour now in the pit lane, so that is definitely a pit limiter that is stuck on for Eric Mickey. It's just gone from bad to worse for him. Brian Barney do battle with Dallas Petaska for the race lead.
Still side by side, Petaska wanting to get some lead laps. Barney wanting to get some for himself as well. Still cannot defend the runs quite yet from Petaska, allowing to go side by side. Bennett, though, wants the lead again. Makes it 3 wide into turn 3 again. This time gets himself up to second. And you have to be smart with those moves here as these tires start to wear out here, Samil, as we were trying to talk about a bit. Because if you do a move at the wrong time, you get shuffled out on the train.
Yeah, exactly. And over here, the train is exactly what you want. You want to stay in the draft and make sure that you get the best use of the slipstream to try and make sure that you are in the highest position possible. Well, let's get back to the strategies. All these drivers are, I think, on stints that are, 12 to 13 laps long. But Joshua Wolf, if the timing screen is correct, he's done 30 laps on that same tyre. So it's really wearing out for all of them, and all these other guys are now on 12, 13 lap old tyres. So perhaps the next yellow flag, we could see them all coming down to the pit lane once again as this battle for the lead just keeps on going on and on and on and on, as we see Henderson join it as well now.
I think you're trying to remind people of a certain pink bunny. Speaking of drivers trying to bunny rabbit and jump their way up the field, here comes Barney. He hops his way up to the point once more as they'll pass by some of the cars in the pit lane. By the way, the wave around drivers, mind you, cannot take fuel or tires or come in for service when they say take the wave around. As per the term, they're in that situation now where they need to pit in the next couple laps or else they'll run out of gas.
Dawson Brock just exited the pit lane. They've had a bit of a close moment with a couple of cars, but he's made his way through. And another driver that had a bit of close calls was Ray Partridge as well, who dropped back a couple spots as well in the middle of all of this. And now, battle is still on for this race lead. Brian Barney now trying to find his way underneath Alex Petaska. They've been battling this for the past few laps, and Henry Bennett has just been trying to close it on in. I'm noticing that Bennett is elected to keep it a bit higher in turn 1, possibly because he was so close to Brian Barney, didn't want to run him over in turn 1. But now, here he goes. It's definitely going to be a 3-wide move for the lead once again. Bennett down the bottom, Petaska around the top side. Barney looks to be the one that might get squeezed out, but Petaska way overshoots turn 3 and has to let out himself.
Smart back off for Petaska, not wanting to force it there. And Bennett not allowing his runs to go to waste. Barney in the same case. A couple more drivers stuck off the pit lane. You see in the backdrop, that was one of the airwave rounds, and Puteklis, who was able to get up to 14. He's now off cycle and potentially could fall down a lap, if not 3/4 a lap, as they scrap here. But now the battle's for second. They're able to get the draft into the car in front, though. Petaska didn't have that draft, as here's the cutting move again.
Oh, they're chopping and changing positions over here so quickly. Well, this battle for the top 4 is just getting better by the laps, pretty much. So now it is, I think, Bennett who's on the inside line trying to defend that position. And one guy who I really want to mention over here is Richard Jaeger. I mean, he didn't really have the best of qualifyings, but he's dropped the Jaeger bomb and he's in P7 at this particular point in time. So he's doing a good job. But if we take a look back here at the front, the top 3 gunning for it.
Yeah, the top line starting to rubber on in, but give it a couple laps to see how the passing fares out. Remember, tire wear starting to factor in. Drivers preferring the bottom now for the moves. Barney again on the center of the inside. Bennett not able to stick it like he could before. As mentioned, the tires are starting to light off a little bit. About half a second of fall off for much of these drivers. For the top of the top drivers, about 0.7 of a second fall off from their hot laps earlier on today in the pace for this race.
Brian Barney going to go to the inside to defend against Henry Bennett. They are approaching Uldis Puteklis, who is now fresh out of the pits. So Puteklis might have something to say about this battle here if Barney can catch him in time and maybe get around him before Petaska and Bennett's laps are finished. He is within the draft, so now Barney is getting the advantage from that slipstream, which is helping him to stay in front. Also side by side is Travis Henderson and Riley Thompson. They're also duking it out through turn number 3. That's the battle for 4th place. It's getting all sorts of tight now through 3 and 4, and now Barney looks to reel in that gap to Puteklis and potentially put him a lap down.
See how it's taken by the leaders this time after what happened in the last fight with lap traffic. They also have Joshua Wolf just in front of them as well that they're about to reel in. Track temperature, by the way, 98 degrees Fahrenheit is dipping as the clouds are starting to cover up. You see a bit of the shade tones across the circuit at the moment. And it looks like the drivers starting to shuffle into single file. This is what the drivers were expecting the race to potentially be in the hotter track conditions, to be more single filed out, follow the leader, try and save fuel, have lower fuel mappings to try and put yourself in a better fuel picture. That's what now everyone else seems to be doing as this race starts to happen, one of its longest runs of the day.
Yeah, that's a smart decision. I mean, at this particular point in time, you just want to calm down over there, maintain your tires, maintain your fuel position as well, and make sure that you're on the right strategy, because of course it's a long race. 500 miles is no joke, so staying in there for 500 miles is one whole task, and having the right strategy for that as well is a completely different matter. So all these drivers, while they may be racing aggressively, they need to keep one eye out on the strategy element and try to conserve as much as they can, while of course having that fine balance of maintaining the conservation with a good lap time as well. So it's going hard over here. All these drivers need to think about that, but at the moment we're seeing some good racing and some very respectful racing indeed at the top end of the field.
You say that, and then the lap traffic is trying to hold on to the race lead. They were side by side in front of the leader. They are not letting the leaders go. Similar situation to before. Bennett and Barney have both been trying to get by these two drivers both times down the front stretch. Finally get them single filed out to get by them down the back straightaway. They had to slam off the gas a couple times to make sure they didn't damage the front wings.
Remember how that last situation ended when the lap car was duking it out with the leaders. It ended in the leader getting put into the outside wall, and Joshua Wolf is among the cars here that is going to be put laps down as Dallas Petaska now trying to duck the outside. Henry Bennett and Brian Barney side by side for the race lead. Bennett can't get down to though. He's got Joshua Wolf on his inside. This could be detrimental. Wolf going to finally back out maybe, but Bennett is still not able to get down to the bottom side of the racetrack. But now that Barney doesn't have that draft, Bennett is going to make this one look easy, and Brian Barney, a sitting duck for Henry Bennett as he ducks his way around for the lead. Once again, Dallas Petaska looking to move his way, but another spot as well. That gets a bit close there for comfort for turn number 3.
Bit of the aero tight, and aero push is starting to factor in for these cars, it looks like. Here's a mill. As Petaska wants the cleaner air, goes 3 wide, backs out of it again as he allows Barney to send it back for the race lead. But some of these cars getting really tight on corner apex off now.
Yeah, that's one thing to really watch out for. But these drivers, they're definitely not afraid of going 3 wide. I mean, if you ask a lot of drivers about going 3 wide, they'll say, yeah, okay, we may do that, but only if there is an actual need for that. But these guys, so early on in the race, they're just not afraid of it. If there was a Hollywood movie made on this, it would be cloudy with a chance of contact, considering how hard they're racing. It is fantastic.
Coming 132 laps to go. Petaska with the draft again. Just nowhere to take the run. Boxed into a corner. Able to break himself out of the cardboard box. Riley Thompson and Travis Henderson, though, joining the fun as well. Still, though, they have lap traffic that is all mixed in amongst these top 6 cars plus, which are all shuffling around waiting to see what happens with the leaders here.
Indeed, so this is going to get really intense. Keep in mind that Joshua Wolf, he will cycle back to the lead lap once these lead lap cars come down to the pits. So he's got to hope that this goes green long enough that they come down, and then a caution comes out once he's gotten back on the lead lap, because that'll put him in great contention to fight for the race win once again. Brian Barney looking to the inside now with Henry Bennett side by side for the race lead again. Joshua Wolf closing the gap, can't make anything work. Stacking up behind him, contact going into turn number 1 will send Oliver Silva up the track and almost into the outside wall. He just barely managed to keep it out. The car he hit, Trevor Vavrovsky, one of the Grizzly Motorsport cars, down into the corner. Sorry, not that, Kurt Crum, the car that bounced him off the track.
Yeah, and Kurt Crum looked like he thought they were still going to be 3 wide on corner entry with Vavrovsky as they were entering the corner near 3. Just before they reached the 1 and 2 signs along the outside fence. That has moved Silva all the way back to 14th position. We stay green, though, as the leaders continue to go back and forth up at the front of the field, all with Joshua Wolf still saving fuel here. You mentioned the off-cycle situation.
Oh, no, behind them!
Car sliding off the racetrack, still staying green, still coming up with a crack. Hard hit for Snyder, now caution comes out.
What's
Snyder
going on?
Couple others involved, that's for Vavrovsky.
Oh my, what's going on? I mean, this one Hindi word that perfectly describes the situation, it's called bawal, and it roughly translates to mayhem. This is absolute mayhem that we're seeing over here. Cars just crashing against each other so consistently. Look at that, he goes to the outside, gets hit on the wall, bam, he hits the inside barricade, and it's all just going wild. Contact is everywhere, and Nolan has a great point to mention over here.
Alexander Krishnov did get flipped over. Remember, he was one of the cars that got hit to start this initial incident. He's the car that's right now way on the apron. Came up and right in front of some of the cars in front of him. Got hit by Isaac Schneider. Schneider flipped over. Caught up as well was Christopher Ems, who had the fast lap at one point in the race. Bounced off of Schneider right down and just clipped Krishnov and sent him up and over. Both cars tumbled down the back straightaway. So now, this is going to change everything. This is the caution that Josh Wolf might have been hoping for, but he might have hoped he was on the lead lap when it came out.
Yeah, Wolf might have to stay out again and stay off cycle now by at least 17 plus laps. Also same situation for Proteckless and any other driver a lap down who was able to get through the incident. Everybody else, this is a must-pit situation already, getting to about 27 laps, including pace laps on this run. Most of the pit stops have been in that target ballpark of 7 to 8 seconds today. Everyone has been able to get through the pit stops pretty cleanly today, Samil.
Yeah, they really have been. So the strategy element has been actually pretty sophisticated with all these drivers. I think the only guy taking a lot of risk was, I think, Eric Mickey, who went on a completely different parallel at one point of time. Again, it worked out for him on the second stint, but again, we've seen what happened to him right now. So a few guys taking the risks over there. I think that's one of the purple cars. I'll quickly come back to who that is who has stayed out.
Those are the wave rounds.
Okay, right, that's the wave round, right. So virtually everyone has come into the pit lane, and that's the right thing to do, considering that these guys were on tires at I think 8-9 laps old, considering their stint. So it doesn't make sense to come in at this point of time, have the fresh rubber, and completely go for it. So this stint, I think, is going to be crucial, this one.
And get yourself back on the lead lap as well by staying out.
Yeah, exactly. That's an important part as well.
Barney, first man off the pit lane, by the way. Henry Bennett, Dallas Pataska, Travis Henderson, Riley Thompson, the top 5. We haven't talked about Richard Yeager that much. A plus 19 for him, Nolan. He's quietly moved his way through the field and has some of the quickest lap times in the entire race. Mind you, his best a 39.1, being in the middle of the pack. Overall quickest Protectless at a 38.7 when the track was its coolest. The V-Apex car, he's been going through the field.
Indeed he has. So Richard Yeager has been crawling his way up from 6th position, from 25th place in the grid. Might I add that at the start of that lap, just before that pit cycle, he was scored 15. So that means he probably made up a majority of those spots in the last pit stop cycle. So it seems like Yeager might have had a golden pit stop strategy for him, as he's now sitting 6th place on the racing surface. And I'll tell you what, that was definitely the longest green flag run that we've had all race. And even then, the racing never really went away. It was always present. You always had cars side by side every single lap. That's going to be the trend all the way through to the end of this race. I don't think we're ever going to have one lap where you're not going to see cars side by side at some point throughout the field.
And that can be treacherous and terrifying too, Samil.
Yeah, that really could be. But that's the thing with the Indy 500. That's the thing with this particular racetrack and these Indy cars. The drivers, at least virtually, they're just not afraid to go side by side. And they just have that sort of spirit that we need to get in there, have that one opportunity to get things done. And we've seen that consistently. So many drivers not afraid to go wheel to wheel. And we're only so much, we've only got 73 laps into this race. And we've still got virtually half the race left to go. So again, that's just a fantastic sight to see. And motorsport can get dull at times. We have seen some races where the drivers just settle in, have a processional race as such, but over here, it's far from that. I am just loving it. It's just fantastic to watch this, isn't it?
Indeed. One to go on the pace lap, by the way. Barney, Bennett, Pataska, Henderson, Thompson, then Yeager, along with Verde, Reagan, Crum, Silva, the top 10 drivers at the moment. Only 2 wave rounds. Dawson Brock elected to come down to the pit lane once again, along with Hagstrom. The drivers who took the waves, Wolf and Protectless, hoping to get a cautionary caution for the start of lap number 75. Overall, do you expect the trend to continue, Nolan, or do we expect it going to the longer runs now that we got our longest run of the race last time?
I would honestly kind of expect it to continue because, yes, the cars did space out a little bit over the last run, but the thing is they're now all bunched up again, and you're going to have drivers like Brian Barney and Henry Bennett and Dallas Pesa. They're going to be duking it out, and they're not afraid to go 3 wide to go for the lead. So it would not surprise me if we saw some more cautions coming here very soon. The caution precautions trend has been very, very prominent in the major series this season. I think this race is no exception.
No exception, it is not. As Barney gets ready to go, back to the green flag once again from Barney the flagman, up at the flag stand. Bennett in second, Pesa, Henderson, Thompson the top 5. Pace car is off. Pace car down the lane. When will he go? Right as soon as he gets the trigger, green flag is out, back to racing. And a good jump for Barney off the jump as Pesa as well as the rest of the other cars spread out by groups of 2 again.
One driver really slow on the apron, it's Christopher Ems, who had a bad launch and had a bad going when seen through turns 1 and 2, because he is still very, very slow on the back straightaway. Is something wrong with the 111 machine? Because he's lost over 10 positions from the restart. Gonna go 3 wide to get around him now, and you can tell one of those drivers whose Texas was looking forward. He's still slow down the bottom. What is going on for him?
I think he jumped some cars. He jumped some cars on the left side of the racetrack on the start. He was in 15th. Jumped by Partridge and Richie Hearn when he got the green flag. So that may be a black flag, yes indeed, for Ems. Has had to come down and serve a penalty as a result. All of the leaders have shuffled around a little bit. Track temperature at one of its highest points, 103 degrees. Bennett using his fresh Firestone tires to its advantage on the outside for the race lead again.
Yeah, Bennett going around the outside. This could be his opportunity to reclaim the lead that he's just wanted for such a long time. Not quite this time out, he's just fallen back a little bit, but such a shame for Ems. I mean, P15 is not too bad. I mean, you can make something happen. Just take a look at Alexander Rossi's race in 2016. One good strategy and one consistent stint, and you could be at the top of the field. And that just certainly just completely ruins it for Ems. A shame to see him that way. But again, the battle for the lead is going on, and we must put our focus right there. Bennett and Barney gunning for it once again, and think we have another visitor in this party as well for the lead.
Yes, indeed. It's Riley Thompson, who had a good performance last season in the Indy 500, looking to say hello. Trying to peek on the outside line, still not able to make the pass quite yet. Riley Thompson, top 5 in 2019's Major Series Indianapolis 500. Was also a part of the Fast 9 in 2019. Has to keep an eye on a major run, though, coming from his left side. Pesa with a huge head of steam moves his way up to 4th right behind him.
And I was a little bit concerned about Pesa because on the last lap through, he actually glanced off the wall between turns 1 and 2, but it doesn't seem like there's any damage on that car because he has still got a massive head of steam. Bennett looking aggressive for the lead, though. Looks down low on Brian Barney, even though Barney was trying to cover. Bennett goes through to the race lead, and now Barney has to check it up. He's going to be under threat now from Dallas, but Pesa is looking to get another pass around him. Here comes Barney, though, with a great run through turn 4 to get around Henry Bennett once again for the race lead. Will Pesa make it 3 wide into turn number 1? He's going to make the look down to the middle lane, but he's not going to elect to go 3 wide just yet.
Yeah, Petaska's been careful in trying to make it 3 wide with how this race has trended so far. However, smart move pays off to take away P2 away from Bennett off the corner. Thompson boxed in along behind Bennett. Henderson following on behind. Pesa with the run side by side for the race lead entering turn 3. Trying to make that line work still. It's been off and on throughout some of these runs. This time the answer is no. Still pushes up the track, nearly tapping the wall as the 2 cars behind get a huge head of steam from that.
Yeah, that's the case. I mean, the outside line, I mean, it can work, it may not work. I think that's the thing. And it's a bit risky over there as well, because if something happens down low, you have the wall and not the apron. So it's a high risk, high reward strategy, and if it works off, it can pay off big time. Now Bennett is just falling back a little bit. He was in the lead a couple of laps ago, but now it is Brian Barney who is in the lead of this race with Pesa, who just brushed the wall over there a couple of laps ago in 2nd place. Travis Henderson has silently made his way up to P3, and he's doing quite a good job as well, clocking in a 40.621 the last time out. And Henry Bennett is in P4 with Christopher Reagan in that shiny little car back in P5. They're still nervous, they're still twitchy, but they're fighting it out really hard here.
Yeah, the track temp is going higher and higher, even though the air temp is 65 degrees still. In sim time, just about 1:30 p.m. by the way, for reference sake. As these cars still deal with the changing conditions. A bit of a squeeze from Henderson.
That was really, really close. Definitely one of the closer moments of the race right there. Christopher Reagan nearly having one of our first crashes that actually would start on the back straightaway. Reagan got away with it though, and so did Henderson. They're still running clean and green as Petaska once again goes to the point. Barney might be looking to try to take that lead back by the time they get to turn one, as Petaska can go all the way to the pit wall to try to cover. All sorts of side-by-side is snaking across the racetrack left and right behind them. This whole field, nobody's wanting to hold a steady line. Everybody's trying to go for whatever spots they can. Once again, we're back to racing like we're with 5 laps to go here in the Indianapolis 500.
Still 118 to go next time by, as these drivers go back and forth for the lead again. Barney up to the point once more. And it's been constantly a back and forth affair, like trading cards or something along those lines for the lead. If you've got a run, driver likely in second's going to flare to the bottom side and try and make the pass, or in some cases the high side. If it doesn't work, everyone else bunches on back, and it creates a bunch more battles in the middle of the pack. You can see how each and every time it accordions up at the front, everyone else snaps back on in at the back part of the field.
Oh, there's something going on there. I saw a bit of smoke from one of the cars over there. Not sure about exactly what that was, but thankfully everyone seems to be safe and fine at the top end of this field. Barney, of course, in the lead at this point in time, but again, it just changes out a bit too much. It's a bit like a gentlemanly game, standing in front of the elevator and saying, guys, after you please, after you sir, no, you take the lead. So they're just chopping and changing a bit too much, constantly getting the draft in, constantly making the move, and now once again, as I say that, it is Barney losing out that position once again, but Petaska getting back into the lead. I don't think Petaska was in the fast line, but boy, he's made up such a good recovery drive in this race so far. Back up into the lead, and well, he's shown that he's well and truly in the race to win this one. He's been in the top 5 consistently, and now Barney makes a move up once again. I'm starting to think that this lead is just irrelevant pretty much. It's just going to chop and change around a bit too much.
Yeah, that's just been the nature of how races have gone in the past couple of years for the Major Series Indianapolis 500. One driver to keep an eye on, though, here is P number 9. That's where the 666 of Yudos Puteklis is now cycled to. He was one of the wave-around cars. He's trying to gain as much time as he can in the middle of this pack right now. He's one of the blue cars you see at the back end of the lead group here. He's trying to gain as much time as he can, because if you have to come down and pit during the green flag run if you're one of the wave-arounds, the difference is, with the lap times, about 33 seconds in the lane. If he can put himself in position here, Nolan, to be within that 7-second buffer when he has to dive to the down to the lane, he might stay in the lead lap.
Exactly, and this is what he's got to try. He's got to try to really time this out perfectly to make sure that he can stay on that lead lap. And pit stops can be won and lost in the pit road, so this stop will be absolutely crucial for him unless a caution comes out to potentially really save him here, which I'm pretty sure he wouldn't really complain about so long as he isn't the one that's in it. All sorts of shuffling going on around as well. And going back to Sumil's point about this whole leapfrog thing, about the lead changes, this has really been a theme throughout even the real life Indy 500 throughout the course of the past decade, really, ever since the introduction of the Dallara DW12. And it's only even more prominent with the Dallara IR18 as well, Justin. So it's really a common theme that we've been seeing, and really it's something that a lot of people have honestly grown used to at this point.
Yeah, including some of the drivers here in terms of the nature of how they plan their attacks here. Petaska thinking about a poke to the bottom side, given the space by Barney. Barney lifts at about 222 miles an hour on the top line. Petaska able to go with 218 on the apex. Still side by side for the race lead. Tire wear seems to have now kicked in a bit quicker this time in this run. So, based on how this track temperature is the hottest it's been today.
Yeah, track temperature is one thing to really keep your eye out for, because of course when it gets hotter, the grip levels start to fall and these guys start to get a bit more twitchy. So again, the tires are starting to wear out and I'm seeing some chaos ensuing. I definitely think that something's going to happen in the next lap or two. The guys at the back, they are just going absolutely wild, like forest animals, you could say, pretty much. Just being so nervous, just bouncing around so much over there, I think something definitely is going to happen, especially considering that the track temperatures are rising, the clouds are going away, and the drivers are getting on the edge pretty much.
Following on board with Henry Bennett in P number 5 at the moment, following behind Reagan. Currently, the track temp is about 105 degrees. They have reached lap traffic as well in the 232. That's the car on the bottom, and that's why he's trying to flare up to the top side. It'll be tricky to get by some of the traffic again. Bennett has been quick, as we talked about all week. He was very blistering quick in Fast 9 qualifying for those who tune in at the top of the broadcast today. His speed has been great on the short run, but it seems similar to what we've seen at the start of the race, Nolan, where once the long run kicks in and the tire wear fast starts to factor in, that straight line speed seems to blister the tires for the long run in the corners.
And it certainly doesn't help when you're going side by side with everybody, because that just compromises the best line for tire conservation, whether it be on the inside, in which case you have to check up and turn in tighter, or it's around the outside, in which case you have to try to carry a lot more speed than you might be comfortable with at the corner if you want to hang on to that position. And of course, duke out with lap traffic doesn't help either. In fact, Alexander Khrushchev is the driver that they're duking it out with right now. Khrushchev is trying to work his way up to get his lap back, and keep in mind, he is the car that flipped over, or one of the cars that flipped over to cause our last caution. So Khrushchev, he is trying to go on a recovery drive. He has been making some moves. Some might say it might be a bit too aggressive for a car that's a lap down. But for now, he's sitting pretty secure as he tries to make some ground up on Christopher Reagan.
Does gain the track position on the track, not said position, I should say. That's the 24th place car on the track. At the moment, he is the first car a lap down. Brock and Ems are also in that same scenario. Once again, defense set by Barney once more, as looks like the 232 wants to get the lead lap back, poking his way now to try and get side by side with third here.
Oh well, I mean, we've already seen a lot of issues with lap traffic over here in this race. Could this be another incident? Hopefully not for all the guys in the top 10, but again, lap traffic can be a major issue, especially considering that when you're driving on the limit, when you're driving super fast...
Oh, trouble!
Trouble! Once again, just as I said it, I have literally jinxed it, my goodness. The cars have crashed back, and it is... Oh, goodness. Reagan, it is Reagan. Reagan was just having such a good race over there, and that sparkling little white and green Reagan car has gone for a toss. Quite literally, I must say.
Christopher Reagan hit in the tire by Jaeger. Jaeger trying to dive into the inside in turn 3. Keep an eye on the replay right here. Big run to the bottom, big contact, bye-bye car.
That car just almost went to a dead stop the second they got spun around. It just lost any speed it had. That was almost a bit of a weird behavior from the car after he got hit. I mean, the car shot right around, and it was almost like it was caught in a sand trap, it looked like to me. My goodness, the big wreck there, though, and that is going to effectively end that charge there for that car. And I'm sorry, but that is definitely a bit of an opportunistic move there from Richard Jaeger, who tried to make the look down there. The door was open, but it was only just a crack. And unfortunately, you need a little more than a crack with these cars when you're trying to go for a move.
Pit stop's about to get underway in just a moment. We'll take a quick side-by-side. You're watching Race Spot TV and the iRacing Esports Network.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. Side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead.
Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Loma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett low. 4 wide at the stripe. The Audis win here on this outside line. Neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out? Verstappen
starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
That music fits how this race has flowed so far. For the Major Series European Pro 1 split, Indianapolis 500 today at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway here on RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network. Justin Prince, Nolan Rampo, Samil Aurora with director Hugo Ruiz alongside us today. Under the caution flag once more with 108 laps to go, with Brian Barney in front of the field, with Dallas Pataska second, Henry Bennett, Richard Yeager, along with Verde, Thompson, Cologne, Kenneth, along with Partridge and Pudicolis inside the top 10 so far. All today's action, remember, is in support of charity as well, in Sarge's Place, in Sarge's Veteran Support. Based in Washington State, the organization was started in 2011 and it's housed hundreds of veterans, a part of the North Olympic Regional Veteran Housing Network. They own a few different properties, all within the same grouping: Sarge's Place, Sarge's Attic, and Sarge's Farmstead. Based in Washington State, they have had $150 raised by the Major Series competitors throughout the week so far. For more information, Google Sarge's Place today. Well, it's important to have charity a part of these types of events in the Major Series. They always raise money via the qualifying fees and for extra runs throughout the season for charity, in this case, close to the hearts of dog bear racing as well today.
Yes, indeed. So a lot of charities, as always, being present here in the Major Series, and it is always a good thing to see charities, supporting a lot of the big events like this one. We've had some serious, earnings early in the race. I know that there were over $150 that have been raised earlier today, so certainly is a very, very good thing to see that, these charities are getting the recognition that they need here.
Drivers all set to go here with the one-to-go signal this time. Your thoughts on the action so far, Samil?
Oh, the action? Well, it's been completely action-packed, this one. We've seen all sorts of drama in this race so far. And we've seen the drivers being a bit charitable with the lead as well. They're just shuffling it around a lot. I somewhat expect the drivers to mellow down now. I think now they will realize that we're halfway through, really are in the mid-phase of this race, and we need to calm down a little bit, just collect it up, and then make sure that we have a good race towards the end. So yeah, I think it's going to be fun, and this restart should be chaotic.
By the way, for fans of Ross Banfield, he's made his way back up to 16th position with this caution flag. This caution also helps many of the cars who were charging to race the field, who had to take the wave arounds last time by. Barney in control of the field, green flags back out. We're back on our way for the Indy 500.
Back underway, not a good jump though there from Brian Barney. He's already going to be under threat from Dallas Pataska by the time they reach the back straightaway. As the cars thunder back up to speed, Henry Bennett looking feisty in third. He might be trying to make something work. You got Richard Yeager running all on his lonesome, the cost of the last caution in fourth, with Yal Valverde rounding out the top five. And already we can see Barney subject to a lead change here as Pataska moves his way around the outside, side by side for the race lead. Things are a lot more spread out though in the top 10 this time, Justin, on the restart than they have been all race so far.
I'd say it's more been 50-50, where we've seen some starts with those groupings of two before they bunch back up like an accordion 3 laps in. We've had this type of start where much of the field is more spread out away from those groupings, and errors where it has maintained the pack. That, however, allows big runs. Keep in mind some of the cars in the backdrop. You see Valverde up inside the top 5 once again, up to 4th because of that accordion.
And now Valverde going to be looking to round down the race lead and potentially go for the race lead. And he's not going to be able to do it, though, because Yeager fights back on the inside to cut off that charge real short there. The 306 machine is looking to mount a charge here on the leaders. And keep in mind, Bennett, Pataska, and Barney, these are the 3 drivers that have been duking it out the most with the lead over the course of the last 40 or so laps. These are really the only 3 drivers we've seen up in the lead, and now it looks like Yeager is looking to become another race leader here in this race today, and he's already now trying to go up to 3rd place, just can't find the speed he needs to get around Henry Bennett on the inside.
Now forced to back off once again as his teammate continues to try and defend, but once more, big run on the outside. Pataska down the back straightaway. Coming to 103 laps to go. That line has not worked on that straightaway. However, we've seen the move as the counter on the front straightaway work. The diamond effect off turn 4, build the run right up to the back wing, and get a huge head of steam like we're seeing right here from Pesa.
Yeah, Pesa really is on it. He's once again heading to the outside line, but Brian isn't letting go of him. The battle for the lead once again taking place here on the 98th lap of this race, and these guys are just relentless. So Brian on the inside, Pesa on the outside, and it is still Barney who maintains the lead.
Still back and forth at the moment among some of those top cars. Not as easy as the start of the race, with the hotter track temperatures to make moves. As talked about, this was what some of the top drivers expected, was it'd be more slipstream focused and more aero tightness at this point of the run, even on a short run when the track is hotter. That's what we're seeing. Here's the downside. There's a big cloud above the racetrack once more. Pesa still not able to make the move, and everyone else staying single file, but if the track cools down, there's a chance they might be able to start making the moves that were working about, say, the start of the race, work once more.
Now, Dawson Brock has really been trying to find his way up there throughout the entirety of this whole restart period. He's just been trying to find that outside line. It hasn't really worked for him to hold on to that lead. He's gotten his nose in there, but he hasn't been able to keep it. Here comes Richard Yeager, though, up the inside in the second place now, and now he's in prime position to run down Brian Barney for the lead. Will he lead at the line, though? Not going to quite get it this time, but he's on the outside. Richard Yeager looking to lead a lap in the Indy 500.
Was just about a 100 short of leading in a lap as the Jägermeister tries to drive on the high side. Still can't get by his Velvy Apex compatriot on the high side. Big run coming, though, from Puteklis. He wants the lead. He wants it now. 3 wide into turn 3. Where did he come from after being involved in one of the earlier incidents? He's finally made it to the front again.
Oh, here he is at last. Puteklis, he was lying down in there in the lower part of the top 10s, but finally we have a new leader, and it is Puteklis indeed, who was in the fast 9s, didn't really have the best of qualifiers, but here he is, and here he has lost it once again. Brian Barney just seeing that one opportunity and saying, oh come on Puteklis, this is my position, you have nothing to do here, and once again he has swooped back into the lead.
You say that, but here comes Pesa now saying, you know what? You go 3 wide the last time, I'll go 3 wide this time. He takes the lead right on back. But eventually, though, you have to let this race calm on down if you're anybody else, because it's still a 2 or 3 stopper on the fuel here, Nolan. You have to plan out the strategy if it goes green.
That's the thing, though, if it goes green. And right now, that's been a very, very big if, as Puteklis gets all sorts of checked up when Barney made a very late block on that maneuver to cut off his run and take the race lead at the same time. Nearly got run over by Richard Yeager. Yeager managed to check it up in time that it wasn't another caution, but that goes to prove the point. Whether it goes green has been a massive if. 3 wide again for the lead. Puteklis down the inside. Clearly, he's not afraid to go 3 wide for the lead either. Pesa forced to back out. He's trying to get an overrun on Brian Barney down the short chute.
Able to make the move once again, but here comes Slipstream again. Barney again wanting the lead back of the stripe, able to do so on the V Apex machine. This has been like a wrestling match so far at the point, but quietly through the field, Cordell Colon has quietly made his way to the top 6 for the first time today. We haven't even mentioned his name too much. He's been one of the veterans of this series, and one of the drivers has been in just about every single major series Indy 500 since its inception, Samil.
Yeah, Colon has done a fantastic job, and as you mentioned, Nolan, Justin, they're really trading blows like a wrestling match over here, just putting one punch after the other, and Colon has quietly sneaked into the ring and is now in for this big battle for the lead over here. Barney still holding on to the position and he's doing a tremendous job, but Pesa saying, come on Barney, this is not your place, this is mine, let me get a bit of that lead, and he goes to the outside line to no avail this time, but again, they're still fighting hard as they have been for such a long time.
And remember, Pesa, before he blew that engine, Nolan, was the favorite to win the World 600. It was his playground. They made a lot of changes, mind you, to what he had for the World 600 to what was actually running the Coca-Cola 300 for Christian Challenger.
Absolutely, there was a lot of changes there, and it's certainly not uncommon to see these bigger changes being made, and it seems like he's no exception to the rule. One car almost brushing up into the wall behind him off of turn 4. It was Christopher Reagan that nearly had contact with the outside wall. Managed to keep it secure and looking 3 wide again, almost down into turn number 1, but he's double foul and back out. I'll tell you what, this is again getting very, very close, and in a lot of places a little too close for comfort. That outside line coming in strong for Verde, who pulls it perfectly around Ray Partridge, who gets a temporary for turn 2 and suffers another lost spot from Henderson. Now Kirk Crum, potentially Joshua Wolf as well, down to the turn number 3.
Jaeger just took the lead at the front of the field. You see the slipstream train just behind them still. That's where Cologne and Co. are currently riding along with Riley Thompson. They're currently watching and trying to stay cool as pillows. Leaders, they're trying to stay hot as potatoes. As again, Barney just took the lead up at the front once more, but they're just in the content mode of trying to save fuel, save tires, think of the strategy game.
And that was a good analogy over there, Justin. That was just fantastic. But yeah, right, Barney once again in the lead, and I can't really think of how many more drivers we can see who are not really in the contention at the moment, who will perhaps come down later on. Perhaps a Kurt Crump, perhaps a Verde, maybe even a Hackstrom or a Christopher Reagan. So now we just saw Jaeger and I think it Puteklis and Cologne in fact coming in to battle it out for the top positions. There are so many drivers in the midfield who just could make that one good stint last, and they could be in to fight for the lead. That's what I love about speedway racing. You're never too far off from a good race.
And don't forget as well, one of the main things we haven't touched too much on today is there's different fuel modes you have on the ovals, Nolan, and that determines how much fuel you burn at specific times and how quick you're going. So that can be adjusted as this race goes on, Nolan, and many drivers might be going back and forth multiple times lap alone.
Oh, exactly, and this is something that, again, we haven't seen, or we haven't had a lot of chance to talk about, but it is very much a factor, is, of course, the different fuel strategies of drivers jumping back and forth between fuel maps multiple times in a lap, particularly depending on where they're sitting in the field. You can afford to run a lower fuel mixture if you're running within the draft, because you can use the draft to kind of compensate for that. You can't afford to do that, though, if you're trying to duke it out for the lead. Now, though, catching lap traffic, Alexander Kirchhoff under attack from Pesa up front as he's going to be put a lap down. One more car looking to be put a lap down, Dawson Brock. This is about to get tight.
Dawson Brock forces a huge check up on the outside line. Hurt the run of Puteklis as well as Brock on the high line. It spread out the lead battle. Now the rest of the lead pack has to get by 2 lap cars. Only other car to get by the traffic was Barney. Going back to the inside, Pesa leads the lap. Barney leads it into turn 1. Coming now to 91 laps to go. Just a few laps past halfway in this Indianapolis 500-mile race at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway. For those tuning in for today's coverage of the Major Series European Pro 1 split, it has been a doozy. Multiple lead changes from the drop of the green flag, multiple caution flags. The majority of the field has had to use fast repairs. Many of the drivers who have had to use them are now back in the fight, including Puteklis, including Cologne, and Crum, who's up to 7th.
Yeah, Kurt Crum has been making some good moves over there in the last few laps. But again, brace for trouble, guys. Lapped traffic, and it is Dawson Brock. I mean, Dawson, we spoke to him before the race. He's a rather calm driver. He collects his thoughts very well, and he could be avoiding this traffic. But again, it's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and here, expect the unexpected. Once again, Brian Barney in for the lead, and he's still battling Dallas Pataska. And these guys are just making up for the longest boxing match in history, just putting a punch on each other, one after the other, after the other, and after the other, just going in for such a long time. And now Travis Henderson again in the fight as well. The 666 of Puteklis is not too far off. Oh, pit stops over here as well.
We have strategy calls coming underway. Bennett ducking down and in, along with Riley Thompson. So this wasn't quite expected. This is now lining up for what could be a 3-stopper to get to the rest of this race, Nolan, on fuel.
They're only 18 laps into the stint, so they're not even an entire way through a tire fuel run. They've gone for longer, so this is a very curious pit call. Henry Bennett is definitely taking a huge gamble here, your pole sitter. We'll have to see if this one will play off for him, or if the rest of the field will follow. Likely knew that there might be some trouble up front with all that lap traffic trying to fight amongst each other and trying to get their laps back, so we're probably going to get a caution here within the next 5 to 10 laps or so. He might be trying to use that if he can. More cars, though, coming down to the pits to follow suit.
Verde also going on the strategy, and the reason I say the 3-stopper, he can split it now at 90 to go, 60 to go, 30 to go to get to the checker flag mill.
Yep, it's all coming down here. This is towards the end, and the racing is still as hard as it was at the very first lap. Of course, it may get even more exciting towards the end, but for now, these guys are going on against each other. And look at that, it is Henderson coming in down the inside line. This could be his opportunity too. Lining up the move on the draft, and oh, he's had to fight with lap traffic a little bit. So Henderson on the edge over here, but this could be his realistic opportunity to make the move. Petaska still over here around the outside trying to get up, and Colon has now moved up into P4, so that's a good job by him over there as well. Now Henderson has joined the party only to be the outsider in this case.
See how this shuffles, a bit of checkup right behind the leaders with some of the traffic once again. Again, 3 drivers have all come down off cycle. Verde, Bennett, and Thompson. Those drivers are about 6 seconds up the road from the battle for the race lead at the moment. We'll see how it all plays out. They're all still in the lead lap with where they were on the racetrack. If they were, say, at the back half of the pack, it'd be more dicey. One more car elects to join him in the cycle. Pateklis now goes on and in to join his team up for Verde on the strategy call.
So Pateklis going to duck down to the lane. No trouble. Henderson bumping around. That's going to be a huge mess. Once again, 2 cars up and over, 1 into the fence. That is the caution that Henry Bennett needed right in the middle of his pit cycle. And my goodness me, this has just changed everything.
Well, there goes splitting the race in 3 out the window, and that's going to change up the leaders. Let's take a look at what happened. Just as Pateklis had just entered the pit lane to join the strategy call, lap traffic has contact, a bit of a squeeze from Henderson. Henderson came down.
Again? So that's the 3rd time we've seen lap traffic cause trouble in this race. I'm running short of words to speak about that. I think the only thing that they can do is just wave the blue flag right on the helmet of the driver. Just get out of the way, don't do anything. As we take another look at the replay. Wow, that was a big smash over there by the car right behind one of the bombshell cars. Ooh, goodness. This has just spiraled out of hand, and they just can't control it anymore. I think it's just spiraled out of hand, and there's just absolutely nothing that these drivers can do now. Just stay more cautious. What a camera angle that is. The car just spinning around and the lap traffic just bouncing in there. The number 24 gets hit really hard. Bang! And if that would have happened in real life, just imagine it for yourselves. Yeah. Wow.
Big incident. Brings out the caution flag once more on the track. But this is going to be interesting. Verde, Thompson, Pateklis among the drivers, along with Henry Bennett, who had just pit a couple laps ago. So guess what? They have a strong chance they can stay out and be the lead cars with the time of the caution. Might be not how they drew it up, but still working out positively for them.
I'm very curious to see where the heck Henry Bennett is going to cycle through in all this. He's sitting in 18th place right now, and he does not have a whole lot of laps on his stint at all. He's only got 5 laps on his tires, so he has no reason to come back down. In fact, he is going to be staying out here, not elected to come down to the pit lane. So as we expected, Henry Bennett going to be keeping it out up in front. He's going to pick up a whole load of spots here and will be now one of the front runners. It was definitely a huge gamble for Bennett, but it actually paid off for him entirely as well. You got to remember that, Bennett, he pitted hoping they might have that caution, which could help him out here. That came out at the perfect time to help him out here.
It came at the perfect time, absolutely, for all 4 drivers who were able to stay out here on just a couple laps on the fuel. That's about it, and the tires. So they're only just a little bit off the mileage, give or take, and might be able to save a little bit of fuel, give or take, as well. Barney was the first man off the pit lane. But, of note, it's been a rough one if you're a fan of Bombshell Motorsports. All of their cars, for the most part, have been in at least one big one today. Before that last caution, 3 of their cars had DNF'd.
Well, if there's one British pop song that fits the situation for them, it's Boom Clap. They've just been booming in and smashing the walls all the time. But yeah, at the front it is Henry Bennett, I think, who's in P3 at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, with Brian Barney and Dallas Petaska right there as well. What can I say about this race? I'm just running short of superlatives to describe the chaos and the action that we're seeing over here. But it's fantastic. It's amazing to see this kind of a race on a Sunday night. What more could you ask for? It's amazing, isn't it?
It's been a very amazing race and a very intriguing race at this point. 85 laps to go at this point. The two cars at the front of the field, by the way, behind the iRacing official pace car, Dawson Brock, Christopher Ems, have the chance to take a wave. For Ems, it would only put him one lap down. For Brock, it's a chance for him to get back on the lead lap. 22 cars specifically are on the lead lap at the moment. Check that, Ems, to make it 23. Those drivers are only 9 and 10 laps on their fuel mileage, so they're also not too far off the strategy either, depending on how the rest of this run fares out, with there being 84 laps to go, Nolan.
Indeed, so just 84 laps to go, like you said, and you know, as this race continues to tick on away, we are going to be seeing, you know, the aggression pick up more and more. We've been seeing, even before lap 50, drivers willing to drive it right down to the pit wall and bounce off of it, trying to go for the race lead. Now we get to see what are they going to be like when we're in the final few sections of this race. Alexander Kirshnov has officially just backed out of the race, so he's going to be added to the list of retirees. That might have taken out a couple of drivers as well, because if you'll remember, there were a few drivers caught up with that had already used their faster pairs. A lot of the front runners, though, haven't used them yet because they haven't been caught up in any of the incidents. So they've been able to use those fast pairs and get back out on track. I'm very, very curious to see how this race is going to play out, because there's still so much race left to go. And these guys, every time, they race like it's the last lap.
Kirk Crumb's the first driver lapped down and did use a faster pair, by the way, after that last caution flag, but it's in 24th. We'll see how he plays this race once more as Bennett in control of the field when the green flag flies, now with 83 laps to go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. At this point, how do you take the strategy now, Samil, especially with how you take the start now with the clouds, too?
Yeah, with the clouds coming in, I think the temperatures definitely are going to fall, and the drivers, I think they'll be going a bit faster, so the tires, I think, yeah, with the base coming in, it's going to be a bit faster, but again, the heat, what makes it happen is, it makes the tires get chewed down a bit faster, and the degradation is a bit higher in that case, so expect the drivers to be faster, along with the degradation being lower as well. So this could be the perfect time to actually go on it, while conserving your tires at the same time. The green flag has dropped, the restart is in once again, and Henry Bennett pulls away, well and truly, from the lead. Lap 118 has restarted, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for yet another lap of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Mind you, these drivers are still at least 12 laps away from a one-stopper to make it window where you'd have to try and make it on 35 laps on fuel. Bennett stays to the outside, but Verde takes the lead. Let him on go. And Buteklis, who only had just ducked into the pit lane at the time of the caution flag, is in a great situation to try and defend here if he wants to, Nolan. Likely to stay in the draft for now. His crew chief for today had just decided to bring him on in right as that caution came out for the undercut.
Absolutely, so it was a great strategy call for a lot of these drivers up in front, especially Henry Bennett, who in fact led the charge down to the pit lane. He was the first driver to really make that call with one car right behind him as well, and it came out at the exact perfect time, because if he was running up here with the lead field, he likely would have gotten caught up, because there were a lot of front runners that were involved with that wreck, so he probably would have been involved in the wreck had he not come down. So it was a great pit call in more ways than one. Jan Valverde goes through to the lead. Henry Bennett will be looking to take it back in the run down to turn number 1, but he runs a bit wide off the exit, still has the run. He's going to go to the inside and makes it look easy.
Bennett back up to the point once more. Leads now with 81 laps to go. 9 drivers around in the lead group at the moment. You have Verde in second, Buteklis, Barney, Petaska, Thompson, Cologne, Silva, Kevin, all in the group in the tight boundings off of turn 2. That's going to lose Barney some time.
Yeah, it's really getting hairy over there. These guys are, well, going completely at it over here. They're just not afraid of making moves like that. And a familiar face is back in the lead. Juan Valverde, after a long time, has poked his nose in the top half of this field, in fact the top 6 of this field. And look at that, the smoke and the dust at the back over there. I think it was one of the neon and silver cars. I'm not really sure about the name of the car again, but yeah, I'm just spraying off that dust over there. And once again, Henry Bennett taking in the lead once again. So it's all going wild. So many drivers just chopping and changing with the lead so often. It's a bit interesting to see that.
I believe you're referring to one of the Elite West machines, and it's Richie Hearn making his way through the field. He's now caught the back end of the pack to make it a 10-car grouping now, but the lead still shuffles around. Third position side by side. Verde trying to keep the outside line. Barney, he's not as good on the bottom line this run so far. Cycled back out to fourth. All while Bennett retaking the race lead from Pesa at the stripe.
Just driving at 230 miles an hour is not easy, let alone actually trying to race with somebody. So the fact that we're getting this good of a show from these guys is very, very commendable, because what they're doing right now is not easy. These are guys that are driving to the absolute best of their abilities. We've seen that time and time again. 3 wide once again for the big 3 for the lead. Bennett around the outside, can't make it work. Pesa trying to fight the middle group to try to make that move, as Barney trying to fight the low side with the lack of grip there is on the inside for the exit. Side by side, drag racing it once again down the front straightaway.
Still side by side as Pesa leads the lap once more. It's been like tug of war. One side gets a pull, takes the lead. The other side pulls back, takes the lead back. Then you have a third person jump in the middle of the rope and try and send both of them swinging downwards, so they take the lead and then picks up one of the ends, while they fight with the other person who's still holding on to the very tip of the other end of the rope, just by the edge of the fingertips. It's been that type of a battle today, Samil.
It really has been. That's the perfect way to put it forward, to be very honest with you. And that is literally exactly what's happened over here. And Barney is just doing the exact same thing with Pesa again. I'm actually starting to think that this is just a carbon copy of one of the old laps that we saw over here a few minutes ago. I mean, it's just such a familiar sight now. Barney and Pesa, and perhaps sometimes Bennett as well, going side by side heading into turn 1. It's just exactly what we've seen here for pretty much the last 100 or so laps. So expect to see more of that, but we're seeing new contenders, new names coming in this fight. Travis Henderson, Cordell Cologne, Richard Yeager, Puteklis, Kerm in fact as well. And Partridge is climbing his way up on the order as well. So yeah, new names coming in, and we could see some shuffling in at the top of the order.
Yeah, some of the veterans of this event have already started backing off in this pack, by the way. Kurt Krum has also cut his way to the field in 24th. And is trying to unlap himself in this group and has not saved much fuel, if any, as this lead has gone back and forth. So you may see a Bombshell Motorsports car in the lead grouping in just a moment at the head of the shot. You can see him in the mid-pack at the moment. That car has not been patient to try and unlap itself, Nolan.
Certainly hasn't. He's getting the dive of the inside of Travis Henderson, one of the Grizzly Motorsport machines. In fact, 2 of them. He's going to go 2 for 1 in one corner as he's passed Oliver Silva now. Now he's got the car in the sights of Verde, one of the Kinetic Racing machines. So Bombshell is definitely trying to work their way up there, trying to put one of their cars on the lead lap. Meanwhile, Duke all over the place at the front. Cologne goes from 5th place to 1st in 1 lap.
Cologne, he wants to get to the point, still side by side for the race lead. He's competed in some of the most starts in the Indy 500 in the history of the Major Series. He wants to try and lead some laps in the 51, give some draft now to Krum, as Krum tries to unlap himself 3 wide.
Man. Oh, what are you doing, my friend?
Contact.
Oh, no! Holy cow, hits the track, and what in the world? Kurt Krum driving way too aggressively, and that was inevitable! He takes himself out into the sidewall, goes Kurt Krum.
Caution is out.
Completely unnecessary.
Caution. He tried it. It didn't work. Not even close.
I am on the edge of my seat, and there is no better way to put it forward other than what Nolan just said. That was inevitable. If you're the lap traffic, just get out of the way. You're going to be involved in some trouble or the other somewhere down the line. And guess what? That is exactly what has happened. He just touches and smashes into the wall. Phew. It was heavy.
I gotta ask one question. Why would you try that?
He was trying to unlap himself. He was trying to unlap himself. Now, give credit as due. You've seen a bit of the push down on the replay from the V-Apex machine for the tire-to-tire contact with Barney, but he was trying hard to unlap himself and hope to get in front of the rest of the field before the caution, if there was going to be one. I don't think he wanted to be it, and now he has joined his teammates in the paddock as a result.
I mean, I know that he's trying to unlap himself and all that stuff, and I get that one of the lead cars did pinch him down, but you gotta remember, they see him as a lap car. They're not expecting him to be flying up that. We haven't even seen lead lap cars making moves like that, let alone a car that's a lap down. So I don't think any of the lead lap cars probably expected him to be that, which is why, you know, you saw cars getting door checked there.
So this is going to allow everyone into the pit lane, by the way. So this just made things really interesting for the strategy, because we might have a fuel mileage race now, Samil. As talked about and as seen for those who tuned in for the IndyCar iRacing Challengers finale here at the Brickyard, the max amount of fuel was 35 laps. We're at coming to 37 to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. I mean, you really do want to get your fuel in and make sure you make it last long so that you get an edge on the strategy. But again, having more fuel, it compromises your runs. I mean, you're just not fast enough. So you have to make sure that you're fantastic on the draft to make sure that you just level the advantage out as such. So for all these guys here, the strategy element will pretty much make them go wild. I mean, it'll just make them think a lot, thinking about what the right strategy is and trying to come up with a solution that works well in terms of having a good fuel setup, while of course being fast as well. Now though, take a look at the sky. The clouds are coming in, the temperatures will definitely be falling, and the lap times will be faster, and so naturally with cooler track temperatures it should be just a little bit easier to maintain your tires, I mean, to make sure that they don't degrade as much. So that should be another element that the drivers must watch out for. But again, I am pretty sure, considering how things have been going so far, that this will still not put away the drivers. They still will not conserve. They will still go wild. They'll still go bonkers and fight as hard as they possibly can.
As they still line up behind the iRacing official pace car here. We're talking about this a little bit, Nolan, compared to 2019's event. Remember, that race ended with a 80-lap green flag run before a caution flag in the final 5 laps led to Christian Challenger coming away with the 2019 victory. He's ready for the 2020 American split race tonight, for reference sake. How would you compare these two races? Because now these drivers are hoping to get a 71 lap, should say, green flag run to the end.
Yes, indeed. So it is going to be one of those very interesting situations, and if I may, like you said, I would like to kind of reference back to last year's Indy 500 back in 2019 when they had all these cautions early on, and then they had a really long green flag run to end things off. We are getting to the point where that's going to happen, but based on how the driving has been, I honestly can't see that trend happening. I mean, we're following through with the constant caution, but I don't see that longer green flag run coming in. We have seen the longer runs, about 28 to 30 laps in length, towards the middle of the race, but that's the longest it's gotten. It hasn't gotten any longer than that, so I can't see it getting like that. But hey, this race has just been an absolute thrill from start to finish here, apart from obviously when they're pacing.
To reset how the top 10 is, Barney, Cologne, Putecolis, Bennett, Petaska, Verde, Thompson, Wolf, Partridge, Henderson round out the top 10 at the moment. Majority of those drivers have at least gained positions from their starting grouping. Majority of them also started inside the top 10 for today's race. But I think this is the point where, again, we have to talk a little bit about some of the team performances. The Grizzly TFR Pro and Wildcard cars, they're waking up in the second half of this race, Samil.
Yeah, they really are, and this is a time, actually, it's a good time to get woken up at this stage, because of course, only around, 70 odd laps left, and I mean, yes, we can expect 7 caution flags as well at this stage, but still, I think it's a good time. Now they've conserved a lot. They've stayed in the shadow for a lot of time, and this is the time when they really break out there and make a good run and perhaps get on the podium. I mean, of course, we don't have the podium at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but still, get in the top 3.
Stacking up the start this time. Green flag is back out. Barney with a good launch. Back off and away. 71 laps to go from the Brickyard. And this is now leaning towards the groupings of 2 starts we've seen when drivers try and hold up some of the parts of the pack. The checkup about 9th on back has already formed 2 bigger groupings now after the green flag.
Indeed it has, and this is what the checkup can do at a track like this. It can really cause these groups, and one of the bigger ones is, of course, this battle for P number 2, as Ulifuteklis going up to the point where he almost hit the outside wall, trying to find his way around there, but he's clear for now. Dallas Pataska up into 4th place now. Bennett into 3rd. Cordell Cologne trying to gun for the race lead around Brian Barney now. Barney going to defend all the way to the pit wall, and Cologne might be trying to look to squeeze his way in there. There's no room there, Mr. Cologne. Don't even try it. Going to move his way back up to the outside. Just stay in line for now. Cordell Cologne looking to be a bit more patient. An opportunistic look, but thankfully did not elect to go for it.
Cologne this time waiting for more space with some greenage to the left side of the track. Barney being very defensive, not allowing any moves. This is giving draft to Pataska, 3 wide for 3rd. Big run, there's Joshua Wolf recovering back up inside the top 3.
And Joshua Wolf, well, unlike as the name suggests, he's hunting all on his own and he's doing a superb job over here. Brian Barney now, a familiar face once again in the lead, and Wolf now moves into the lead. Wow, this is fantastic. Wolf on the outside line, Barney inside. 2 wide as they're going into turn 1. Who's got the edge this time out? It is Barney. Barney with the nose up ahead. And we've got another driver joining in the action over here. It is Travis Henderson with Cordell Cologne not too far off as well. So this top 4 are really going bonkers here for the lead. At the moment it is Brian Barney in the lead. But trust me, that could change any moment. And by any moment I mean only in a couple of corners as well.
We'll see as Wolf tries to build up some more slipstream. Does on the high side. Cologne following the train. Those are 2 teammates on that grouping, mind you. That's 1 Torque Freak main driver. That's 1 Grizzly Motorsports main driver, a part of the Grizzly TFR Pro team. Wolf, though, not able to complete the pass. Going to have to get it done on the bottom side from what we've seen now in this later half of the race. The problem is Barney knows that, has been very defensive, not allowing anybody to go down to the white line below him.
And heads up, watch for Dallas Pataska. We've seen that Brian Barney hasn't let anybody get to the low line. Pataska's put himself into the wall trying to get around people. Pataska's the driver that Barney has to look out for. He's up to 2nd. He's looking to go down the pit wall again. Right down to the lead goes Dallas Pataska. He's going to get that move and make it stick down the front straightaway. Brian Barney can do nothing but watch as Pataska takes the race lead away from him after a valiant effort at trying to go on the defensive. Now we've seen how aggressive Barney can be on the defensive. How would it be on offense? Here comes Joshua Wolf looking to the inside for the lead.
And Joshua Wolf comes in, they're going 3 wide over here. Joshua Wolf on the inside line. This is fantastic for the lead. Wolf goes down the inside, Pataska on the outside, and Barney just gets squeezed in. But now he gets the gut back for this one. Barney on the inside line and Wolf on the outside. Wolf has got his nose ahead. This is fantastic, superb racing. Now Pataska heading down to the pit wall once again. Going low now. 3 wide once again. Pataska, this is his chance heading into turn 1. And if there's one thing that Greta Thunberg wants to ask him, it is, how dare you, Dallas Pataska? That is superb.
And sometimes you just have to say, to be able to make moves along that line when someone's being defensive, you got to get some pliers out. That was the case. Pataska able to pry his way underneath the bottom line to take that groove. Now Barney pries his way back up to the race lead, and Wolf's been able to switch his way to the bottom side to take advantage. What will the 12 machine be able to do? Will he stay in the slipstream or try and make moves? Stays in the slipstream, trying to stay on the driver on the bottom side. And again, Barney goes back on the defense. Couple drivers are putting up their fuel mixtures, though, in the middle part of the group. Partridge and Kevith are both charging to the pack.
Kevith is definitely charging along with Partridge. 2 more drivers trying to work their way up there. They've had an up and down day, and right now their day is certainly going up. Pataska looking around the outside. Will Wolf try 3 wide again? No, he will not. Electing to stay in line this time is that number 12 machine. You know, some people say that oval racing can be boring. To them, I say, just take a look at this, because this is certainly beyond. This is not boring at all. This is the polar opposite of that. What we're seeing here is Wolf is trying to find his way through. Will he look 3 wide for the lead now down at turn number 1? No. Wolf is going to be a bit more patient now, trying to stay in line. Here comes Partridge looking at the inside behind them as well, trying to find his way around Cordell Cologne right now side by side with Travis Henderson.
Still Pataska forced up on the top side, trying to make it work. Not able to defend. Here comes the run for Wolf. Wolf wants to get to the point. The Grizzly TFR driver diving it hard, retakes the race lead. Had been involved in one of the big crashes early in this race. He has now made it back up to the top step of the line, just about with Pesa. Shuffle back to second. Barney with the run makes it 3 wide again, now for second spot to take away the dreams of Wolf for the time being.
Oh man, the racing over here is just the highest quality, at least in this stint. They've not been crashing, they've been super respectful, and the gaps, well, there have been barely inches, in fact centimeters, even millimeters over here. They've just been going so close, and now the werewolf, in fact, Joshua Wolf, coming in and swooping back up into the lead, and now Pesa now has to get back on the chase. Uses the draft once again. He's lining up a move. Pesa is never too far off from the lead. Side by side on the home stretch. Whose opportunity is this one? Pesa or Wolf, or perhaps even a Brian Barney on the pit wall. Oh, wow!
Talk about forcing your way on down there. We talked about the pliers. That was the crowbar. Diving its way to the inside. Barney now trying to defend that line. Pesa, though, with some good speed still. Wolf now trying to give him a bit of an arrow push from behind, nearly bounced off the wall, trying to keep within the slipstream. Eventually, though, remember, they still got to think about the fuel, mind you, because there's still 61 laps to go.
Well, if they keep racing like this, they're not going to have to worry about the fuel because they're going to get another yellow and they can get themselves sorted for this one. Like you said, though, 31 laps to go now. Here comes Joshua Wolf trying to make his way to the inside. Once again, 3 wide for the lead. I think Wolf has finally made a move that will stick for at least half a lap. Now he's up to the inside. Pesa almost slams the wall, but he's kept it steady. Top 3 now single filed out. Wolf right down to the grass trying to hang on to that lead however way he can. Brian Barney taking second place. Pesa looking low. Can't get the nose in there. Joshua Wolf trying to fend off the lead. He's going to finally make this one stick. Joshua Wolf finally, he's gotten his way through and finally he can maybe breathe for about half a lap, but not for long. They're going to go 3 wide for the lead once again down the front straightaway. Wolf, can he try to fend them off? Pesa trying to fight that outside line. Pesa makes the pass from the outside into turn 1 for the lead.
Whoa. Another pass up at the front to make the move. Here comes the run for second again. Barney now trying to get it without draft. Wolf, he takes advantage. He now takes the race lead. This has been madness up at the front of the field all day long from the drop of the green flag from Barney the flagman here for the Major Series European Split Pro 1 Indianapolis 500-mile race. And now Wolf on defense, caution flag, crash, coming out turn 4. Ems, Silva involved. They both flip over to bring up the caution again.
This was bound to happen. Of course it was bound to happen. We've seen this so many times. And these drivers are such naughty drivers. I mean, they just love going 3 wide, and I was literally bouncing on my chair. I was just so happy to see that kind of racing. But unfortunately, things happen, and again, we've got a caution now. So let's take a look at this replay. Right, oh my goodness, that is violent. That is a violent accident over there. Goodness.
Remember we talked about the difficulty in taking each corner. You have to take it differently. Well, that time Ems nearly clipped the grass right there, and that pushed him up.
He actually clipped that white curbing. Remember how I talked about really early on how that white curb is something you got to look out for? I think that's the first incident we've seen where a driver has gotten that. He hit a massive tank slapper, and unfortunately there was just nowhere for Silva to go. He just plowed right through the back end of him. We're going to take a look on board here with Christopher Ems, and watch this as it's going to happen in turn 4. They're in turn 3 right now. He's on the inside of another car. Watch this right about there. There's the tank slapper, and it gets slammed into the outside wall. That is definitely one of the hardest hits we've seen all race long. The thing is, even with this caution cycle, though, they are still not going to be safe on fuel because they've still got over 50 laps left to run here.
Yeah, at this point, your strategy is, I don't even know where you would go. If you're one of the crew chiefs at this point, we'll have to see. Because at this point, they can make it on a one-stop. Let's just put it that way. It's just a matter of when they come to take the stop to make it on the fuel. Wolf ran over his pit box. Everybody else except for Reagan and Hearn elected to pit.
Wow, so this is a major gamble. So Richie Hearn, he didn't really have the best of races. He was lying down low in the midfield, and Reagan as well had that major accident. these guys have rolled the dice and have now said, okay, this is our chance, this is our opportunity, and both of them in fact belonging to the same team as well. Could this be something that really pays off for them? Could this be that one strategic call that really takes these guys to the top of the order? You never know. Yep. This is going to be a lot of fun.
And this is a bold call from two real drivers that work together, of course, real-world experience from Hearn, also part of the Global Sim Racing channel with their coverage for their broadcasts, including most recently for IMSA's lead-in race for their challenge for the up-and-coming drivers. Then Reagan, we talked about in his skills in Lionheart Retro Series. They're banking on there being the same scenario we've seen before where the fuel isn't going to come into play. They're hoping that the caution comes up before they have to pit in about 20.
Well, exactly, because they are both going onto 16 laps on their tire stones. Everybody else is on fresh rubber. This time, they are going to be under a serious attack, and I would not be surprised if this is the time where we would see that restart caution within the first 5 laps or so, because they are just going to be swamped from the cars behind them, like Brian Barney, Joshua Wolf, who we've seen be more than aggressive before. Same with Gallus Petaska, who are going to be on fresh Firestones by 16 laps by the time they go green. That is a huge amount when you're running at 230 miles an hour around the corners here. I wonder if that was the right call, and I gotta think that maybe, I don't know. I just don't know what to say about that kind of a call when you've got that much of a gap on your tire life.
I mean, it works. It's worked for a few of the drivers. We'll see if it works for them. It's just a matter, again, of how long they can keep it in terms of throttle percentage throughout some of these corners if they're in the draft with the aero push that's been factoring in after 5-10 laps. Coming to 56 laps to go in the green flag flies. Again, it is 2 Elite West Racing machines up at the front of the field, electing to stay out on now 16 lap and fuel stinted tires. Barney's in third, Wolf, Puteklis, Henderson, Petaska, Bennett, Thompson, Cologne round out the top 10 in this field. We'll see how this works out. Mind you, the team up the front, Samil, was the team which ended up coming away with a victory a few years ago in 2015. It's the team where Ryan Worley calls home at the moment.
If there's anyone who knows how to win this particular race, it is these guys right there at the top. Christopher Reagan in the lead at the moment with Richie Hearn, his teammate, right behind him. But if you look behind, there are 2 really aggressive drivers, Brian Barney and Joshua Wolf, along with Uldus Pateklis and Travis Henderson. And then you have Dallas Petaska and Henry Bennett. So speak of an interesting lineup right behind them. This is going to be just so much fun. So when this Ford Mustang pulls in, expect carnage, expect chaos, and expect some tremendous and extremely hairy and intense racing, for sure.
By the way, confirmed DNFs for most of the bombshell machines. Mickey, Niskanen, and Snyder all elected to go inside the paddock together. DNFs also go back to about 26th position on the running order. Reagan in control of the field, stacking him up, waiting for Marty the flagman to wave it up, and away it goes. Green flag is back out.
Green flag is back out. One driver that protected the jump perfectly was, of course, his teammate. You got to think that they're communicating with each other about when to go, so they both got a good launch at the exact same time. Now, here's what might happen here with Richie Hearn and Christopher Reagan. They might elect to swap draft here, which means they're just going to let each other through and use each other to draft them to the front. And that's what's going to happen here. Hearn gets around, and now Christopher Reagan get another good run on him. So they're trying to not extend their lead, because that's not going to happen with Brian Barney already closing in the gap. But they're trying to make sure that they can at least stay up in front as much as they can. But already, Barney all over the gearbox of Christopher Reagan right behind. Reagan going to look to try to cut off Barney's tire, trying to keep him behind them as they try to find out the front. Barney, though, going to go right to the point, books around Christopher Reagan. He's going to also be up the inside of Richie Hearn. Here's where they start to get swapped.
Yeah. For the differentiating, Richie Hearn's with the pink wheels, Reagan's with the black wheels, coming off of turn 2. They've already been shuffled out to second. Make it shuffled out now to what could be third and fourth. Joshua Wolf, huge head of steam and speed, 232 miles an hour on entry. Forced to back off, however, was able to pass by Reagan, and here comes the rest of the pack and 4.
Well, guys, if there's one thing that's for sure, this Barney is no purple dinosaur who loves kids and all that. He is a fast and aggressive racing machine, and look at him go in the lead at this particular moment. Well, swoops into the lead once again, and it is the red wheeled Richie Hearn car who is in second place, and this is super fun.
Indeed, as he's now being able to follow the slipstream of Barney to try and save some fuel and tires if he elects to. Goes up to the top side instead.
Oh, no!
Contact! Trouble behind him. Cologne's collected.
Bennett! Bennett's in it!
Oh no, man! Oh,
Bennett
goodness.
is in it. Riley Thompson's in it. Caution is out. And there's the track position. It was contact between Cologne and Putekowicz in turn 3 entry.
Contact in the turn 3 entry, and that kicked Cordell Cologne up and over. Riley Thompson also went for a huge roll. Henry Bennett went for a huge tumble. Bennett actually would have avoided that, but Riley Thompson just unsighted by the checkup and drove through the back and took both of them out of the race. Bennett was one of the favorites to win. He was the pole sitter by over half a mile an hour of average speed over 4 laps in the Fast 9. This is not what Henry Bennett wanted. The question is, does he have that fast pair still remaining? If so, he might still have a chance today.
Here's a look at what Bennett's seeing, and take a listen. Didn't have too much time.
Oh, it all just happens in a flash. One millisecond, and it's all gone for a toss. Look at them bouncing around, and well, I said at the start of the race, cloudy with a chance of chaos, and that's happened. That really has been the story of this race so far. Bang! Look at him in the wall. And the thing with these speedways is one guy crashes, and all of a sudden you're in this precarious situation where you just have to dodge the car up ahead as soon as possible, and it's such a hard thing to do. It's all about luck pretty much, whether your instincts are fast enough. And for some drivers they do get away with it, but for the others they're just innocent bystanders who in a second just see a car right in front of them and have no option but to crash into it. Wow.
Oh, look at this. Many drivers electing to stay out with how this race has flown. Mataska in, Kevith also coming in to get off cycle and go to the back. Of note, Bennett had a faster pair available, is now back on the lead lap, still in 18th position. However, Thompson and the rest of the drivers involved in the incident are still yet to be able to even use their said faster pairs at the moment. So at this point, I think this is a call if you're the drivers who elected to pit here, maybe, Nolan. You're expecting attrition to continue and you want to try and at least have fresher rubber just in case, or the fuel numbers in case it gets crazier.
Indeed, and it does show that there are a few drivers that are trying to look into how the trends have gone throughout this race. They're trying to anticipate them a little bit more. I'll tell you what, another 2 drivers that are still continuing to gamble on the course is 3rd and 2nd place, Richie Hearn and Christopher Reagan. Thing is, they're not going to be able to communicate with each other when to go on the restart because Barney is the race leader. They both got swamped by Barney as he tried to find his way through, and now they got Joshua Wolf, who arguably has been the 2nd most aggressive driver on course today. And Wolf has been trying to find his way up to the front for some time now. He's going to be very eager to get around 3rd and 2nd place as well.
Yeah, Wolf's had speed. Barney's had good speed as well today. It's going to get pretty darn dicey. And this green flag flies again. As mentioned, the best finish for Barney, P3 in 2019's Indy 500 for this series. From the Illinois native looking to come away with the victory in this one. 51 laps to go, coming to 50 when the green flag flies. I'd like to remind you that later today, the Americans take to the track for the major series. It's the final major split of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. That will take place later today. Global Sim Racing Channel will have coverage of that event here from the Brickyard, starting at approximately 5:30 p.m. Los Angeles time. That's about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, starting with 12. That's for green flag for the race. That will start for Fast 9 qualifying coverage at about 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And mind you, there's some history looking to be made in that one as well, Nolan. In that race, we're talking about it before today's race. Chance for a potential three-peat. Something rare in real life, something really rare in this series' history.
well, I don't think it's been done before in both real life or in this series history either, and that is Liam Quinn, who's going to be trying to work his way up and take away a third Indy 500 victory, something that is unheard of right now. So this is a really big race for a lot of drivers this weekend. I think this has definitely been, keep in mind, I've commentated quite a few Indy 500s. This is by far the most insane one that I've ever done. There's been a whole lot of complete action-packed and a whole lot of storylines developing throughout the course of this one. I think that it's going to be the same thing for the GSRC race and the America split later on today, because you do have history looking to be made there.
And remember, that's where Christian Challenger, the winner of the European split in 2019, competes in this season. He's been having some strong runs in the American splits this season after being in the booth for the American side in 2019. But we'll see how this start goes for the European Pro 1 drivers in just a few seconds. Once again, Barney, Hearn, Reagan, Wolf, Henderson, your top 5. We've seen last time Barney went for the 1 count. Pace car off into the lane for about 1 second, then immediately hit the gas. Compare that to the drivers behind who went for the green flag. We'll see if it's changed up this time. Pace car in, 1 count. Once again on cue, off and away.
Here we go again. Brian Barney pulls away from the start and he's got a fantastic move up over here. Barney just running away with the lead with Richie Hearn right behind him, and once again gaps of 2 are starting to develop. Now this is going to be a bit tricky for Richie Hearn, because now of course Barney, as we all know, is a tough defender. I mean, if you could just have a look at how he's driven so far in this race to have a good idea about how he just doesn't open the door to let you go past. So for Richie Hearn, it's a tricky task, and with so many other drivers beating right at the back of him, this is going to be challenging. Once again, Barney in the lead as we head into lap 151.
And they still can't make enough fuel, by the way, in case we get a long run here. Top 5 have already broken away, a part of this start. Uteklis just holding onto the draft as well, falling on board with Wolf. Let's take a quick listen as he falls on in key number 3. And you can tell the intense focus to maintain the runs just like that and to plot things out, and then trying to keep an eye on drivers behind for defense like this.
Absolutely, it's certainly a very, very intense thing, as now you see Brian Barney ducking to the inside. Noodles Puteklis riding on board with him right now, and Yal Valverde, as they're trying to work their way through this field as well. You got a pack of about the top 7 right now that are working all on their own. You got drivers from 9th on back trying to reel them in as well. So it's an 8-car train, and you got 9th place on back that are rapidly closing this gap in as well. Still side by side for the lead. Now we're in the final quarter of the race. So, I mean, the gloves came off a very long time ago, but around this is the time where people would usually say, all right, gloves off, this is the time to have at it, boys. That's not been the case, though. That's been the case the entire race so far, as once again, Barney going all sorts of defenses to try to pin Wolf on the outside line.
Side by side for the race lead. Once again, Wolf trying to defend that top line. Barney again preferring the bottom side along the white line. Keep in mind, some of the drivers who stayed on the oldest tires already have been shuffled out to about P6 and 7 as a group. So they've fallen on behind, all while the drivers fight side by side for the race lead again. Coming to 46 laps to go, this time by from Indy.
Not a lot of time left to go in this race, and this should be a fun ending. I mean, with the kind of aggression that we've seen from these drivers so far, you can't expect them to go absolutely bonkers towards the end. Not only their elbows out, but their knees and their hands out as well. So now we see this move being made. So it's Wolf, Barney, and in fact it is Henderson as well. So all these 3 drivers are going at it once again as we now head to lap 156. So Wolf now trying to line up a move for the lead, using the draft, using the slipstream, trying to get a way in. Where does he go? Outside or inside? I think he goes outside. Nope, he stays on the inside line, stays behind this time out, and Barney very smartly blocks off the line and realizes that, okay, if I can close the door over here, I can keep my position in for the longer. But again, it's not about how many laps you need, it's about who's the winner at the final lap. And it could so happen that you could have not led even a single lap, but it could be the winner of the Indy 500. Now 3 wide we go over there, and that is Dallas Petaska back in the action.
And he's on some of the freshest tires in the field, 6 lap fresher tires, using them to good use on the high side. And we've seen on fresh tires, they have been good. 18 cars, mind you, on the lead lap, 19 still in the race. Of the drivers in this pack, about 16 of them. The only 3 drivers not in this pack, 16th David H. Baker, 17th Marcus Rumner, 18th Ross Banfield, all about 5 seconds behind the battle for the race lead at the moment.
And it's getting tight as well, as further in the back I spy with my little eye one of these cars, Dawson Brock, trying to cut his way through the field. He just pulled a move around the outside. Ty Cavetti went 3 wide and literally forced the gap open with a battering ram down the front straightaway through the middle to put it 3 wide. So Brock is trying to find his way to the front as well to once again contend for the win. He's up to 9th place. He's up to 8th place now, trying to get 7th by the end of this lap as well. Once again, we are closing in on the end of this race, and now, if there was ever a time where, if there's a way they can make it any more exciting, I think now is the time where we're going to start seeing it.
I mean, haven't we seen at least 5 moments where we thought we were going to see it and it blew our expectations and blew the expectation bar just a little bit higher the next time, though, Samil?
That literally has been the story of this entire race. We've expected, at least at some point of time, okay, now they're going to calm down, now they're going to take it a bit easy and take it a bit relaxingly. They're going to relax a little bit, but that just hasn't happened. These drivers have just been gunning for it and pushing for it just so hard. And guess what? Lapped car on the bottom. Prepare for some trouble, guys. This is going to be exciting.
Yep, that's the car that's now leading the group. Remember, Riley Thompson had to use a tow and had to wait 2 minutes. Now, nearly went 3 wide with Petaska. Wolf went 3 wide to cut his way up the line in the backdrop. So Thompson is hoping to fight for his lead lap now once more before these drivers have to potentially pit if there's a green flag run.
Dallas Petaska trying to find a way through, looking to the outside. Right now, Thompson's holding the middle of the groove, which Petaska is actually not looking to make the move right now. He's being nice and patient, trying to find his way through. Barney, though, is getting held up right now because he's being forced onto the outside groove. You got Dawson Brock now, who's now into the top 5, trying to cut his way up the field. Henderson is going to be under threat now. He's going to make that pass in a 4th. Now he's held by his own teammate, Joshua Wolf, and still Henderson holding that inside line and not letting those lead lap cars through. Remember, almost every time we've seen lap traffic fight like this, it has ended in disaster for one driver or another. I would not expect the same to be here. Dallas Petaska, they're going to split the lap car down the back straightaway. Riley Thompson, I would say back out of this fight. You're not going to win it. In fact, he's going to let Petaska through.
Yep.
Barney finally clears around the outside.
Yeah, had to back off with that head of steam from a lap car fighting for the race lead. Massive cloud above the track, down to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We've been as high as about 106 today. Big head of steam again from Wolf. No one's saving the fuel. No one's saving the tires. The field has been so close throughout this entire race. Even when we got to the end of the run, Samil, because of how cool it stayed all day, not even breaking the 110s like it was for the international split, that there hasn't been too many major calls to separate her than once or twice. Riley Thompson able to get through for now, but it's just been difficult to break away for anybody.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we were discussing so much about the lead just being chopped and changed around between a few drivers here and there for such a long time. Here we go again. As I speak about it, it is the lead being moved about once again. So going to the inside line, it is. Man.
Oh, big check.
My goodness, this is fantastic racing that we're seeing here. These drivers are just not afraid. Fear is one word that definitely isn't in the dictionary. And now it is Barney in the lead, or is he Petaska coming back again? He's fighting hard for this one. I'm pretty sure that when these guys are going to be fighting it out towards the end, some guy, some third person is going to come in and snatch the win from both of them. They've just been going at it, but their fighting has led to so many other contenders getting so close behind them, including, in fact, I think so many other drivers. Henderson was there. I think Richie Hearn, Reagan as well. I think it's not going to end well for them.
Speaking of Richie Hearn, he's had to come down to pit, and they are outside the marker to make it, him and his teammates, by the way, with their pit stops. So they are way off cycle. However, if there's a caution, never say never. Let's put it that way, the way this has gone. The runs for most of these cars, about 20 plus laps. Reagan now on his 36th total lap, currently inside the top 10. Remember, though, as well, Thompson had been a part of TDR at one point, now of Simsa Esports. After a mid-season swap, staying within this grouping, Reagan has come down to pit, so everyone inside the top 15 has to pit around the same ballpark.
So this is going to be very, very intense for quite a few drivers here. The fuel is looking to be about 36 laps. So right now, they're still not safe on fuel entirely. Dallas, Petaska, and Brian Barney still duking it out, though, like they are safe on fuel. You got to wonder if a lot of these drivers are hoping there's going to be another caution. The question is, who's going to bring it out? Because I would not be surprised if we saw one more yet before the end of this race. The way this fighting has gone, I would actually be more surprised if we didn't get another caution for the end of this race. Petaska still trying to fight that outside line from Brian Barney. Behind, Verde looking around the inside. You still got Riley Thompson in the middle of this group, running that third position on the track right now, but not, of course, in overall positions. This is, it really has been iffy for Riley Thompson, who's made a few very bold moves for a lap car.
One, I expect at least 2 cautions over here. I mean, with only, 35 odd laps left to go, I can definitely see these guys bringing in a few cautions for sure. Now, Barney's still being relentless. He's still defending hard. He goes down low. We may have a third contender here. Henderson getting really close by, using the draft once again. And do I see lap traffic over there? So that could be another influence in this race. I saw 2 cars in fact, getting really close by to the lead pack. And guys, this is just the sign of trouble. Trouble is brewing in. It's looming large over these drivers. And for this time, I just desperately hope that they stay away from it.
3 wide again, involving a lap car and 2 of the leaders. This time, Thompson able to get by cleanly. Barney trying to dime in the corner to fall on behind. But you can see the swerving getting very tight in the middle of the dog legs now. And all of this with the traffic is making it all that more pressure filled. Back into turn 1, 3 wide again. Who will back out? Nobody.
This is getting way too close for comfort. These guys have got to back off, or none of them are going to make it through to the end of this race. Thompson finally gets pinned to the outside line, and that's going to allow Petaska around on the inside underneath. Here comes Barney, though, making the aggressive dive almost to the grass. He's 3 wide in turn number 3. He's made that dive ball work. Down Petaska, trying to find that outside groove. He's not going to be able to get that one quite yet. He's going to try to dive it off, though. Moves way to the outside again. Here comes Thompson. Will he try to look it back 3 wide? No, he's going to stay in line. My goodness, once again, cars just getting way too close for comfort.
If you plug Barney in, you will never have a power shortage. This guy is just so energetic. He sees one opportunity and he goes completely on it. What a driver. I mean, he just sees that chance and he says, right, this is it. I have the confidence. I have the ability. Let me get in there and get the job done. But unfortunately, the same driver, in fact, the same level of confidence is there with Dallas Petaska as well. He swoops it on the outside to get that position in, and Henderson does as well. So while Barney may be a good driver, Petaska and Henderson are not too far off, as we now see Petaska just running away with the lead. He's just grabbed it by both the hands and is now running away like a little child, grabbing his cricket bat and just flying off and saying, I don't want to share it with any one of you. Petaska pulling away.
And he's just picked up the draft as well on the 2 lap cars you were talking about before. Remember, that is Elite West. And their 2 drivers working together up on the top line, now being lapped by Petaska. Petaska with one of his quickest laps since the early portion of the race now. With that blistering move, that has also allowed Barney to make a pass off the draft of Thompson, as they still have to get now by 3 lapped cars, second on back.
Brian Barney got blocked by Riley Thompson down the front straightaway, which prevented him from making his way up and putting some ground between himself and Travis Henderson. Henderson able to pull that outside line now with that draft from Riley Thompson and trying to get that spot done. Now teammates looking to fight. Here comes Richie Hearn up the inside of his own teammate and trying to overtake the race leader again. This will get all sorts of close. He's going to make it work, but just barely.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get in there. Just don't make sure that happens, because we've seen it time and again. The lap traffic just getting in the way and causing all sorts of chaos. Stay away, guys. Please stay away. We don't want another caution. And now Henderson goes 3 wide. What's going on?
Henderson makes a move past one of the lap cars in by Barney. You can say at this point, you've got nothing to lose. If you don't make the move, you're being pinned a lap down likely to the end of this race, the way this is cycled through. By the way, Verde has elected to pit with his crew chief Liam Quinn electing to send him on down, seeing what's been happening. Last time, the strategy for them worked perfectly. After the caution came out 3 laps after they got the undercut, and they were 7 seconds ahead of the battle for the lead. Wasn't as good for the Elite West machines today. Side-by-side, lap car side-by-side with Pesa, allowing Henderson to close on in.
Henry Bennett has also come down to the pits from 10th place. He was working his way back up to the field after a huge crash, and now he is also down the lane as well. So pit strategy is starting to come back in full. Now it's going to be down to Pesa trying to find something to work here. Behind him, Travis Henderson also running the outside groove. Here comes Brian Barney trying to look at the inside. He gets chopped by Riley Thompson. And all I got to say is, come on, guys. Let's use our heads and try to get through to the end of this race. Barney, he's going to try to make that look for the lead. There's no doubt in my mind. There it is. He's going to make the look. One more car ducks in the pits. 3 wide for the race lead with 1 lap car down in the middle. Can Marty make it work? Thompson forced to back out. Barney trying to get that move down on the inside through turn 1. Can Pesa continue to pull the outside line through turn number 2? Looks like he might be able to get the good, better drive off the corner. Well, Thompson trying to fight back and get the lap back as well.
Still shuffling for the lead. Now side by side, Barney back into the conversation. Big draft from Wolf to close on in for the battle for 3rd position. Barney takes away the lead in 3 and 4. 27 laps to go. Kevin has also come down to pit. So have a couple others. Will anyone else join them in the pit lane? Yes, a couple drivers in the back into the pack have ducked down. A couple of the kinetic cars ducking down. Putekwas. They've also brought Bobrovsky in. That means keep an eye on what the strategy may be now for Henderson and what has been his best shot to win the Indy 500 and his major series career.
Yes, indeed. Strategy may play a major role towards the end. Of course, we maybe do a couple of stops, and the caution may just help out with that. Not a couple, in fact, 1 stop may be enough at this stage, as we now see the lap car taking himself back on the lead lap. But again, if we do get a caution, the strategy element will just fade away into the distance. But if we don't, as we are seeing over here, I think there's 1 car heading into the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. That was the leader. That was Wolf. That was Wolf heading into the pit lane. So if a caution comes out over here, he is quite simply doomed.
Couple drivers have been lapped with the cycles here, potentially. We'll see. Bobrovsky just came out with Putekwas just in front of the race leaders by about only 5 or so seconds. So just about every single person who was pit so far off cycle, except for the Elite West machines, have stayed on the lead lap. Currently in the net lead, currently in 14th position, is Henry Bennett, with Verde and Kevith working in that grouping. Everyone in the lead pack still trying to stretch it. They can go a couple more laps potentially. As to the inside, it's Dawson Brock saying hello.
Dawson Brock trying to fight his way up there as well. Currently duking it out around the inside of Travis Henderson. Henderson going to drop back from 2nd place. And Pesa still has got Riley Thompson to work with the draft up in front. Up ahead, just up the road, I can see drivers like Joshua Wolf and Brian Barney just now going through turn number 3. So they're trying to find their way through this field as well. And everything is really starting to split on off now in the final stages of this race. Still have 1 more stop that needs to be made. Will Pesa come down this time, or will he wait a couple more laps? He is going to come down, and so will a bunch of the field. Brock is down, as well as Travis Henderson behind him. So this is the money stop right here. Who's going to cycle through to the race lead?
Now the interesting point to keep an eye on, Pesa, it's technically an undercut. Remember, he had 6 more laps of fuel in the tank. That might give him an extra couple tenths of a second less to be in the pit boxes. Ray Partridge, David H. Baker, Marcus Romner, they have yet to pit, but the gap amongst those packs, 5 seconds from first all the way to 2nd and 3rd.
So what works here? Is it the overcut? Is it the undercut? Or is it Ray Partridge coming in completely from the outside and trying to get something done for him? Henry Bennett now in the thick of the action, of course. Bennett was at the top of the run, was the pole sitter, of course, of this race, and then got involved in a major crash. Now he is in P8. Crucially, guys, let's look at the timing stream. This is Henderson in P5, Petaska in P6, Richie Hearn in second, Reagan in third, and Joshua Wolf coming back out in fourth.
Yeah.
But the leader is David Baker at this particular moment in time. The live timing shows Barney, but
Yet to pit.
yet to pit, yes.
We'll see how this all shapes. He has to come down in about 6 laps or so. Same for Omner. They've been saving a lot of fuel at the back of the pack. But the net race leader has just shuffled around about third on back on your timing. Bennett, Verde, Petaska, Barney, Wolf, Kevin Henderson, all are amongst a group together along with Henderson. Side by side once again, make it 3 wide for the net race lead. Inside Petaska, middle line for Verde, Bennett shuffled out of the top.
So clearly the race is going to stay close and tight right through to the end. This is again for the net race lead. At the moment on track, it's for P number 4, but that's of course because Ray Partridge, Marcus Romer, and David Baker also have to pit. Riley Thompson, who's in the middle of that field, is going to duck down to the lane. So finally Riley Thompson backs out of this one. And now this is a bunch of lead lap cars that do not have lap traffic to worry about anymore. They are going to be set to battle through to the end of this race as we approach 21 laps to go at the line.
Undercut for David H. Baker, leaving the 81 of Marcus Romer, the only driver not to pit on the lead lap at the moment. Coming to 21 laps to go in this race. Buckle up, folks. It's going to get interesting. The delta in the pit lane is about 36 seconds. Romer is only about 29 seconds in front of the field. Petaska leads the net advantage at the stripe to get P2. Still shuffling around. By the way, news coming from the Pro 2 split, the other pro driver split for today's action. Jacques Shaw has taken home the victory in that split. Congratulations to him as we see who wins Pro 1 in the final 20 laps.
Yes, indeed. So Marcus Romer currently in the lead of this race, but in the net terms, it could be any one of these guys. They're just going frantic over here. So many drivers just going absolutely wild for the lead. I'm just not able to tell who's going to win this. They've just been so close with each other, and with so many drivers fighting for the lead, this is going intense. Oh, now look at that, Bennett going down the inside to the pit lane wall. This is Petaska heading in over here, down to the apron as well, pretty much. They are bold drivers. They are literally very bold racing drivers who are not afraid to make that daring move over here.
Romer has lost the lead with the pit stop. Psycho has no drafting help. Verde, though, diving to the inside of the 23 of Petaska. Side by side, Thompson also still looking to fight for the lead lap as well. He got lapped after his pit stop and is right back where he was. So just like that, the whole group is together, just on slightly different tires. Wolf boxed in on the corner. Here comes Barney, make it 3 wide for second.
And now for the lead as there goes Barney up the inside to the race lead up in front. Riley Thompson in the middle of this as well once again. So now Riley Thompson, another lap car that they're going to have to do battle with. Thompson's still looking to get his lap back. He's not afraid to make moves either. He's going to be going that now. He's going to put them 3 wide with 2 lead lap cars on his outside. This is not very good for those cars as a bit of tire smoke flies from Brian Barney, who is still trying to find anything he can. Yao Valverde, a driver who we know is extremely good at the Indy cars, trying to duke back. And remember, Henry Bennett, after a catastrophic wreck, managed to fight back. He's now in contention for the race win once again.
Coming to 17 laps to go this upcoming time by. Right now, 9 lead lap cars in the pack, plus Thompson, as well as a couple others scattered through. Battle for the lead back and forth between Barney and Petaska. Petaska on 2 lap fresher tires. Retakes the lead. Here comes Verde again, boxed in on the bottom side. The caution is out of the back stretch. It's the 10th place car, Christopher Reagan. And we're back under yellow for what could be a wild finish.
Yes, indeed.
what happened to Christopher Reagan was the fact that he got, again, a little loose on the bottom of the track, hit the wide curbing, and then got run over by Oldest Blue Texas behind him and slammed the tire barriers on the inside of the racetrack. Ended up flipping up and over against the outside barrier. There you see the very hard hit as he rebounded back up the track. All of a sudden, that pit stop strategy out the window. Everything is up in the air now. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say at this point.
Sorry,
Go
after
ahead.
you, please.
No, you go ahead first.
Right, so it's just gonna be a mad sprint to the end. Strategy is all gone for a toss. These drivers are on their heels and just expect chaos. This is gonna be the best part of the race, and it's gonna be hard to live up to that because of course we've seen some fantastic racing, but trust me, the way they're gonna get wild over here, that's gonna be something to watch out for.
Well, everybody can make it on fuel. Now it's going to be track position game galore. If everyone's fuel mixes aren't maxed out here, I'll be shocked here, Nolan.
I have to agree with you. At this point, they're going to be well safe on fuel. They don't need to worry about that. It's not a concern. At this point in time, you know, any caution that was being taken is going to be thrown to the wind. And interestingly, pit stops are still happening under the yellow flag. Verde is leading them down. What kind of a pit strategy is this? You'd think they would have been safe.
This kind of leans back to what was seen a little bit in the fuel mileage race in the iRacing IndyCar in the IndyCar iRacing Challenge here in Indianapolis, where even 5-lap fresher tires, mind you, that wasn't fixed, helped out at the time Lando Norris to try and make moves, and then the infamous final laps happened. But to the point, the fresher tires might be beneficial to try and be able to make moves. Everyone else is in that same situation where they stayed out on the if they stay on the old tires, they are going to have that aero push and tightness we had seen from Elite West.
Yes, indeed, they're going to. And, well, this is when things really get split up over here, because, of course, some people choosing for a different strategy, some for the other, and since they're not, I mean, it's a bit confusing, this one, but still you can expect, a sprint to the end, pretty much. 15 laps to go, and now is the time that Pesa really gets his elbows out, because Pesa has been going completely on it with Barney as well. Verde is now in the mix as well. I said that Pesa and Barney are going so hard that someone may come in and steal the lead from them. It could be Verde. It could very well be Verde.
At this point as well, think about this too. Remember, you have to make it to at least half distance to get points, right? So at the moment, 7 drivers are not likely to score points. Snyder, Eric Mickey, Marcus Niskanen, Lane, Andy Banfield, Mike Kelly, Claude Beauval, all outside that window, 100+ laps down. Everybody else within the window to stay within point potential classifications today. This is going to really shuffle the points, especially since Ross Banfield's up to 15th, Nolan.
He's up to 15th, but as well as that, you got Joshua Wolf, who's running in 6th place right now. And Wolf is definitely in contention for the race win today. Joshua Wolf is just 40 points behind Ross Banfield. He is looking to make an absolutely monstrous charge for the points lead at the end of this race. As now the lights are on the pace car, we get set to go racing. It is going to be 15 laps to go by the time we get back to the line. Sorry, it's going to be 14 laps to go when we get around to take the green flag, but my goodness. This whole points battle, we haven't even had a lot of time to talk about it throughout this race because of all the chaos that's been going on everywhere else, but it's been really shifting back and forth throughout this race. At Banfield, it's been a trend for him. He's been able to claw his way back up. Something now is getting shuffled right back down again. Claws his way back up, gets shuffled down, and repeat. Gotta think that maybe he might be looking a bit desperate here as well.
At this point, the points window, it's going to be completely flipped upside down and shaken up like a Lego board or something along those lines. Let's put it that way.
Indeed.
But let's talk about 14-lap shootout at the moment. Samil is on the board. What's your strategy to win this race?
There's only one word: push. And you repeat that twice: push, push, push. That is going to be the motto for all these drivers over here. Just try and see how hard they can go for this one. And Pesa has been doing that for as long as I can remember, pretty much, with Barney. And these two drivers, they're just going completely on it. So it just could turn out to be for the last lap, pretty much, because these guys, they're trading places so often that the last lap becomes ultra crucial. All that you've done in this race so far just becomes irrelevant when it comes down to the final lap. I just expect some super exciting racing going on here, and I'm pretty sure that we commentators are going to go wild.
Top 4 drivers all stayed out. 5th on back. Verde, Wolf, Bennett, Henderson all on fresh tires. Petaska in control of the field. Bringing them to a slow start this time. 14 laps to go for the Brickyard. Back on her way. 4th didn't go. Stack up in the middle of the grouping. Ray Partridge could not get going.
So disaster there for Ray Partridge, who's getting hounded right now by Uldis Puteklis right behind him. These guys are going to have to work their way up to the front of the field if they're going to have to try to get that win here today. Right now, the two drivers Petaska has got in his mind, though, are Brian Barney and Riley Thompson. Thompson running 17th place right now and still a lap down. So Thompson is still in the mix of things and still trying to get things all sort of shaken up as well. So this is, it gets going to be interesting for Thompson to see if he can try to get that lap back, especially if another yellow comes out within the final 10 laps. He's going to go 3 wide up the middle to try to make it work. Thompson is still trying to finish on the lead lap here.
Trying to hope for any positions, it appears, as Barney able to take the lead from that. Thompson, though, still holds on to the outside, and this may allow the rest of the drivers to close it in. Remember, the drivers on fresh tires still have to get by Puteklis and Partridge as they go 3 wide again for the race lead down the back straightaway. Petaska, 2 lap fresher tires than Barney. Gets a big squeeze, able to send it on the bottom side, avoided the rumble strips.
Well, the only thing that both of these guys will be saying to Thompson is, move out of the way. We don't really want any trouble over here. And now Barney comes back in to the inside line. Petaska on the outside. Here they come, side by side, wheel to wheel. Who's going to get the edge? This is going to be Barney indeed. So Barney goes to the inside line. And now we see Thompson getting back up, just trying to make his presence felt over there as a lapped car as well. Now Petaska coming in. Oh, look at that. Thompson is fighting really hard to get to unlap himself, and this is just the epitome of trouble, you could say. You can just feel it coming. 4 wide, goodness! And look at how dirty those cars have become. Now they're going side by side for the lead over here. Barney and Petaska, as they have been for the entire race. Who gets the edge this time? It's still Barney. Petaska is close by, and now we have another driver in Joao Valverde over here. I'm short of words.
11 laps to go for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Barney in the lead. Thompson still in the mix of the pack, but Valverde's made his way by some of the drivers on older tires. So has Joshua Wolf. Henry Bennett also about to try and make similar moves on Partridge. Going now 2, nearly 3 wide. Wolf forced to back off right behind the top 2 as they stay side by side of the point.
Joao Verde squeezed them in right behind Riley Thompson, forced Wolf to back out, not letting them go 3 wide. So now the drivers are starting to get more and more aggressive, and the moves are going to get more down and dirty here as Dallas Petaska continues to try to pull that outside line around Brian Barney. And now Riley Thompson just getting squeezed against the outside wall. He's got lap traffic all around him, or lead lap traffic all around him. And this is just absolutely insane. Once again, Hornet's Nest, just like the first lap of the race. 10 laps, less than that to go. Here comes Valverde looking for the lead. Caution comes out. This will be an absolute game changer. Huge mess down the backstretch. Richard Yeager, Richie Hearn. I see Dawson Brock is in there as well. And this was more contact that probably did not need to happen.
Man, let's take a look at this replay. And as you correctly mentioned, this is just more caution, more trouble that just wasn't meant to happen. Oh, it just spins around over there. It just turns into that car and all hell breaks loose at the backstretch. This 9-lap shooter, perhaps a 7-lap shooter it could end up after this caution. 5-lap dash is that could turn out to be is... Oh man, this is going to be the best part of the race. I'm already jumping off my chair. I'm on the edge of my seat and I'm running short of words. This is by far and away the most exciting race I've ever commentated on, and last week I commentated on a race that was literally separated by millimeters. This is going to be intense. Wow.
Oh boy. Remember, in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, there are no green-white checkers. Meaning if we get a caution flag with under 5 laps to go, that is past the point of no return, it would end the race. In other words here, Nolan, 5-lap dash, yes. But you need to be smart with how you handle said dash. About for the 5 or 6 laps.
I mean, yes, and it's going to be very interesting as well. This is going to be very intense. You can practically feel the tension on the track right now. Nobody's happy with each other. Nobody's looking to work with each other. It's every man for himself at this point. Like, there really is just no better way to say this. Thompson is still staying out, keep in mind. A couple of drivers actually faking out of the pits. That was Henry Bennett and Ray Partridge that both faked out of the pits, and I would not expect people to pit now. We got one driver in the back that's doing so, but that is, of course, a car that is way down the order. Marcus Romer, who is down in the lane. He's the only driver there, but like you said, one more caution will end the race. So at this point, I really, really hope that this goes green to the end, because I would love to see a green-white. I would like to see a green flag finish, and not another Indy 500 in the span of 2 years finishing under yellow.
And remember the dynamic of the faster pair. If you lose a faster pair, you lose it. Dawson Brock is going to try and make it with this.
I see. Right, that's a very interesting steering offset position he's got there. You might want to turn it back to the other way, but again, I don't know quite what to say about this. It's a bold maneuver. He's going to have the mechanical meatball fly from iRacing for sure, because that suspension is destroyed. He doesn't even have a front wing on that car. How in the world he's still driving that thing is commendable, even at pacing speed.
Well, the only thing that comes to mind is that's the most makeshift setup that you can ever have. Get to the pits, mate. That's completely damaged that car. But still, it's all for this one. If something happens, I mean, he could still win this race with a broken car. No, I'm just kidding. That may not happen. But still, what a commendable job he's doing over there just to drive like that. It looks like he's drifting on the track. Goodness. Full respect to him. That is fantastic. Some of the rare sights you get to see in iRacing.
Well, there is the logic behind staying out if you have the meatball flag. You don't get the black flag until at least a couple laps of green flag action. And then you get the DQ at the end of the race if it doesn't finish under green, and you don't get the chance to serve the meatball flag. But if he was to come straight down to the pit lane, there's the chance that the 306 may, if he's able to break out of the car, come on by on the racetrack. So in other words, he's basically trying to guarantee at least a 17th or 18th place finish here.
And now Dawson Brock does bring it down to the pit lane, realizes that that's probably not going to work, and it's probably not going to fly too lot with iRacing officials as he brings it down to the pit lane, along with Michael Hagstrom and Marcus Romer. So those cars now down to the lane, so probably a wise call on that one to bring that car down and get it fixed up, as well, drivers are already looking to almost try to pass each other under the yellow flag here, as you got everybody that's looking to get doubled up here. It almost looks like further in the back. This has definitely been just something else, to say the very least. It is going to be 6-lap sprint at the end of this race. Next caution will end it all.
To recap how this is shaping out, top two are on some of the oldest tires now in the field, Barney and Pesa. But Verde is only on 9 laps stinted tires, including caution flags. Wolf is in 4th, Partridge in 5th on older tires, then Bennett, Keveth, and Henderson on fresher tires. Puteklis on the oldest tires in the entire field rounds up the top 9. David H. Baker, he has quietly been in the second grouping all day. We'll see if he tries to push now. He rounds out the top 10. He had been playing this race conservative from the drop of the green flag. Now it's the chance to see who can come with the victory. Point of no return is at about 5 laps to go in today's race. Buckle up. It's about to get wild for the Indianapolis 500-mile race finish for 2020.
Strap yourself in, folks. This is the moment of truth. The base car is just going to pull in shortly, and Barney, Pesa, Verde, and Wolf, and then Bennett as well, of course. Wow. Brace yourself, guys. The pace car is in. The drivers are ready. Barney pulls away. The green flag gets dropped, and we are back again racing for a 5-lap dash to the finish.
Back into turn number 1. Barney with a good jump. Pesa and Verde all single filed out. Top 4 spread out evenly. throughout the dog leg this time. Petaska with the first chance to try and get major slipstream. 5+ mph quicker. Barney defense to the bottom side. Petaska with a huge run on the outside line. Can he get clear into turn 3? The answer is no. Still side by side, but Verde along with Joshua Wolf have joined the fight.
Wolf is trying to go for a points lead today as well. We got to keep that in mind. So Wolf is going to be more aggressive than any one of these drivers up in the front. Looking to go 3 wide for the race lead down the front straightaway almost. Here comes Verde pushing it up the middle down to turn number 1. And it's going to be Brian Barney. Managed to pull away. Valverde has to back off and bend that outside line. 5 laps left to go. Last time by at the line. I don't think I can watch this.
Buckle up. Could get wild in these final few miles. Verde tries to go high. Squeeze from Barney. Poking around Petaska. Wolf joins the fun. Here comes Henry Bennett in the top 5 for the first time since 30 laps ago.
Here we go. Barney, Valverde, Bennett, and now Wolf as well. Oh, look at this. They're going to go 3 wide. Petaska's really going risky in there. Choosing the middle. Valverde on the outside. Petaska now going to the outside line. Valverde being squeezed out over here. Barney to the inside line. This is for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. 3 laps to go, and the stakes are getting higher by the lap. Now look at this, Barney. Oh, look at that. Is that Bennett going wild over there in the background? Valverde takes the inside line, chooses his place. This is an opportunity. Puts his nose in. 3 wide, here they go. Valverde to the inside line, and Valverde to the lead.
One in the wall, turn 3. Car hard in the wall, and caution comes out. That's the race right there. Ray Partridge has just ended the race with a hard slap to the wall. Who was ahead of the line? I think it was Valverde.
Yes, it is.
2 inches.
Man! Oh,
Let's
goodness.
Take a look. This move down the backstretch. 3 wide, 3 rows deep. May have just decided the race for the 381. Was able to get clear just as in the 3rd row 3 wide. Tire-to-tire contact. Collects Partridge to bring up the caution just past the point of no return.
I said it. I said it. These guys will be fighting a bit too hard that another guy will be coming in and taking the lead. Is it really Valverde? We'll have to slow it down to find out. Is it really him? Oh, goodness. This is going to get so close now. Moment of truth, guys. The replay.
Yeah.
Calm yourself down.
Yeah, we've seen it there.
Here.
The move was completed just as he just got clear, just as the caution came out. But Verde now coming to 2 laps to go. Race will finish under caution for the 2nd straight year. And Verde, after finishing 3rd in a similar built car just yesterday for the iRacing Open Indy 500, now just a couple laps away from taking home the Major Series European Pro 1 Split Indianapolis 500-mile race. What a race for him.
Guys, my mom's just come out here. She's asking me why are you shouting for? And I think it's the best explanation in the world. 3 words. Racing bloody hell. That's all that I have.
I'll tell you what, this has definitely been one heck of a race today. It's definitely been a whole lot more exciting of a finish than last year's was. Remember when we had the 80-lap green flag run and then a caution with 2 laps to go. This has definitely been a lot more intense. Congratulations, though, to Valverde for taking victory here in the Pro 1 split for the Major Series European region in the Indianapolis 500. He just got to keep that car under his own power for another 1.75 laps here, and he will be clean and green. My goodness, though, that was something else to say the very least.
They still have to make it to the checker flag. That's about a lap in, nearly 2/3 away. Take a look at that pylon, though. A plus 27 for Ty Kevith in this race today. Charged up right through the middle in the 2nd grouping of 3 wide. If he had another lap or 2, there's a chance he might have tried to take away this win here, Samil.
Yes, indeed, but how do you make up 27 places in a grid of 33? Ty Kevith, you opportunist, you have just made the best use of this race so far. And yeah, I mean, he could have gone for the top 3 or something like that, but 27 places. What a man. And if there's one man who'll be having a nice cold beer and relaxing and feeling like he's had a good day, it would be Ty Kevith for sure.
I think, though, Verde is going to have a nice cold cup of milk. when the final 2.5 miles roll on through under the pace car period. Give credit, though, to Barney and Petaska. They scrapped back and forth several dozen times today, Nolan, for the race lead. They led a lot of times. Verde had attrition, yes, but Barney and Petaska also were very quick today in that second, third spots.
Well, Dallas Petaska and Brian Barney were the two drivers that are duking it out the most for the race. And in the end of it, it was neither of them who's going to take the win, as they're now just taking the white flag here. And this is going to mean that João Valverde will be the one to take the victory here. He's just got 2.5 more miles to coast under this caution flag, and then that will be the race for him. He will have things secured for himself in that first position, and very well deserved from João Valverde as well, might I add. He was second place in the Fast 9. He managed to come through and clinch the victory. Only moved up one spot, but considering all the attrition he had to go through early on, I think it was well deserved.
Yeah, he had the raw pace today. It showed throughout the day today. The luck wasn't there at times, yes. But it came at the right moments, the right time, that right timing of aggression. It's what put him at the top of the pylon here. Only about half a lap behind the pace car to go until celebration time.
Now, what do you think if you're a Dallas Petaska or perhaps a Barney? You have completely been on it, on the prowl since the drop of the green flag, and you've produced some of the best racing that perhaps anyone can ever see anywhere. So clean, so aggressive, and yet without having any single crash. You've been at the top of the order for as long as anyone can remember, and in the end, some outsider comes in and swoops past you and takes the win without you even knowing about it. I mean, at that point of time, they didn't really know that this would be the deciding move. But how do you feel? How do you feel doing these 3 final pace laps? It must be your heart sinking down pretty much.
I'll have the chance to hear from some of the drivers and their reactions during post-race coverage. But out of the final corner, his best performance came last time in the World 600, a P2 for Kinetic Racing Europe. He had been the highest ranked driver in the standings without a victory. That changes today. João Valverde wins the Major Series European Split Indianapolis 500-mile race.
And that is that. It's a very kind of a tame end considering everything that we've seen so far. The drivers are going to go down through, and we'll get a chance to talk to a few of these guys after the race. And I can't wait, because those are going to be some very, very interesting discussions. But my goodness, what a race. I have to say, this race was a heck of a lot better than last year's was. And I think these guys can be proud with the show that they put on here today.
Heck of a performance. And in the end as well, Verde, remember, took the fresher tires for one of the final restarts. Used those tires to his advantage through the corners to build up momentum, to draft his way to the point 3 wide to take the win in turns 3 and 4 before the caution flag.
Just saw that one opportunity, that one moment where he really had the fresh tires and the raw pace and just grabbed the position. And you can't really say he didn't let go of it, because of course he just couldn't. He didn't really have that opportunity, and that caution flag just sealed it up for him. And look at him celebrate. He deserves it. I mean, he wasn't really up there all the time, but he found that one moment and made that one move that counted at the end. And look at him go, celebrating at the Brickyard. What a race, guys. I think it may not be the best of finishes, maybe a bit anticlimactic, but boy, that was a fun race.
It's a race to remember, to say the very least, especially if you are Kinetic Racing Europe. They go back-to-back in the European Pro 1 Indianapolis 500-mile race for the Major Series, this time with João Verde with the victory. Brian Barney comes home in second, Dallas Petaska in third, Travis Henderson comes home in fourth, with Ty Kevin, Henry Bennett, Joshua Wolf, Judas Pateklis, David H. Baker, and Richie Hearn, his second top 10 finish in this event's history. Bobrovsky comes home at 11, with Hagstrom P12, Roman P13. Ross Banfield, good points day for him, P14 after a quiet run. Ray Partridge, after the caution flag, shuffled to 15th, last car in the lead lap. Riley Thompson finishes 1 lap down in 16th, able to pass by Dawson Brock and Richard Yeager from some of the late race cautions. Christopher Reagan in 19th, Cordell Cologne in 20th. Renee Arroyo goes in 21st, Christopher M's 22nd, Oliver Silva, Kirk Crum, Tom Drelling, along with Alexander Kirshenov in P26. Drivers that did not make it to the halfway point: Isaac Snyder, Eric Mickey, Marcus Niskanen, Michael Lane, Andy Banfield, Mike Kelly, Claude Belval, all did not make it to lap 100. That could really shake up how this championship fares out after this one. An entertaining race, to say the very least, today, and we already have our race winners standing by after a hard-fought performance and a great run in yesterday's official Open Indy 500. Verde is the man who comes away with the victory today at the Brickyard and gets to kiss the bricks and drink some cold milk. How does it feel to be the winner of the Major Series European Split Pro 1 Indianapolis 500 today?
Oh man, I'm still shaking. Third yesterday, first today. Not a bad weekend's work, huh?
Absolutely. First things first, talk about your experience coming into today, having that strong performance yesterday in the broadcast race on RaceSpot and iRacing social media channels, and trying to carry that momentum and in the World 600 momentum into Fast 9 qualifying in the race.
I was actually more nervous for this one than yesterday, because we felt like we had a pretty good chance of making something happen today.
And you did make something happen by the ending stages. Talk us through what was going through your head. You took tires, had about 8 to 10 lap fresher tires than much of the other drivers around you. What came down to that decision? How did you try and execute that at the time of the caution flag?
So the start of it was when Liam, that was spotting me, said, just pit and go for it. Before you start, it just said what I was already thinking, just full send, and we'll see what happens. Fortunately, that spot opened up, I went for it, and that was that, basically.
A big victory for you. It's your first victory of 2020 in Major Series competition. You were the highest ranked driver entering today without a victory in 2020. Now with this victory, what's kind of the mindset? Because the next race is 2.4 hours at Le Mans on June the 7th.
I think mindset is always the same. Just go race per race, try the best to have the best result possible, and then things will get there in the end, hopefully.
Anyone you want to thank for being a part of your victory today?
Yeah, the boys at Team Talent and Team Kinetic, they were super, best teammates I could hope for. Though it's their victory, not just mine.
Absolutely. And just one final question. Your crew chief, Liam Quinn, he has the chance for history as well. What's your plan to help him try and achieve the three-peat?
Well, just basically annoy the hell out of him, because we won International, we won Europe, and he better do that three-peat, otherwise he's never going to hear the end of it.
You heard Yao himself, folks. He is your winner of the Major Series European Pro 1 Split, giving Kinetic Europe the W in this one. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the broadcast.
Verde coming away with the victory. Started on the outside front row. And as we wait to see if we have any other drivers take the time to speak with us, first I'll swing over to you, Nolan. It was an exciting race through and through. You mentioned it, the craziness compared to 2019. Multiple, and I mean several dozen lead change. The official count, 83 of them today.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, 83 lead changes in a race. You don't see that sort of a thing all too often. And I guess that just goes to show you how competitive this field has been. And it really doesn't surprise. If anything, we probably have actually had more lead changes than what that shows, because that only updates every time at the line. We had several laps where we had like 2 or 3 lead changes in a lap. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had over 100 lead changes for the race. But in all honesty, it was a fantastic race, as always. I mean, every race this season so far in the Major Series has just been an absolute thriller. This race has definitely been the one, though, to take the cake as the most thrilling of the bunch so far.
Your thoughts on this one, Samil?
I'm just lost for words. I'm just trying to sit down and recollect my thoughts and try to understand exactly what happened, but man, what a race. It's just well and truly worth it to sit down on a nice Sunday night and try to watch racing like this. It was just fantastic. This kind of action, you don't really get it too often, but man, what a pleasure it was to commentate on this race. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you so much, Nolan. That was amazing.
Indeed, and remember, this was an entertaining one, absolutely. But the next time these drivers take to the racetrack will be at Le Mans. Have to thank the crew today. Hugo Ruiz at the director's seat, Samil Aurora, Nolan Rempel, my co-announcers for today. And of course, lots of great finishing today. But let's quickly touch upon that final race before we go, Nolan. Le Mans, different beast, 2.4 hours this season. Your thoughts?
Gonna be an interesting one for sure. It's again the second multi-class race of the seaseason. Of course, you got the LMP1, the LMP2, and GTE cars on one of the most famed tracks in the world, a track that hosts another one of the Triple Crown events, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Of course, this is a scaled-down version of it. I feel like it's gonna be pretty similar to the 2.4 Hours of Daytona, in all honesty.
We'll have to wait and see. And remember, after that, it gets interesting. We have racing these machines again here, Samil, with the Indy Road America race. And then they get the summer break before they hit the dirt and then swing to a mix of dirt, Silver Crown cars, and road courses for the end of the campaign.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really love about the major series. It's not that you can master one car and one track and then come in here and try to win the championship. It is all about diversity. I mean, if you look at the races from the top, we've got the Daytona 2.4, the Daytona 500, Rockingham 400, Race of the Netherlands. So we've got touring cars, NASCARs, endurance races, WEC, IndyCar, all the sort of stuff. And of course, we've got V8 supercars, the Lotus 49 as well. So it's not as simple as it may look like. It's all about diversity, and your driving skills really do get tested over here. And the Indy Road America, that is one race that I'm definitely looking out for. I love that circuit, and these cars are fantastic as well. And if we get even a tenth of this sort of racing action that we've got today, we should be in for a treat.
We'll see if that is indeed the case, but it's time to wrap a bow on this one. We'd like to thank you for tuning in for the 2020 edition of the Major Series European Pro 1 Split Indy 500. We'd also like to thank the many different organizers, including in Major Series, for organizing this event. We'd also like to remind you to support the charity for today's race, Sarge's Place, and be sure to donate to Sarge's Veterans Support to help veterans in need in Washington State. But with that, it's time to say goodbye. For the rest of the crew, I'm Justin Prince, saying so long. Glad to see you at the Brickyard. We'll see you in France.